All
right, it's 9 o'clock and we've got a quorum already. I would like to welcome you all to the PWSC meeting. As at the end of last meeting, we approved 20 items and the total amount exceeded $58.7 billion. And under the Capital Works program, the total amount of funding approved amounts to about $5.5 billion. Now, we have a total of 8 discussion papers today. 7 seek to upgrade public works programs to Cat A, and 1 seeks to increase the approved project fee for a Cat A item. And in fact we have a total of papers for the arising from the meetings on the 27th of May and the 4th of June. And so if members approve all these items, then the cumulative total of projects approved will be 28, and the amount of funding approved will amount to over $71.3 billion. Now, for the remainder of this session, excluding the 8 items today, there are still 16 outstanding items for the PWSC to scrutinize. And may I remind members that if you have direct or indirect pecuniary interest, please, under Section 83(3)(a) of the Rules of Procedure, declare the nature of the interest before you speak. And I would also like to draw your attention to Section 84 of the Rules of Procedure on voting requirements or arrangements for members with direct pecuniary interest. So we are on paper number 10, Head 707, New Towns and Urban Area Development, Civil Engineering, Land Development, 770CL, Planning, Engineering, Architectural Study for Topside Development at Hong Kong Boundary Crossing Facilities, Island of Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge. Members are invited to recommend to the FC the upgrading of 770CL to Cat A at an estimated cost of $61.9 million in MOD prices for carrying out a planning, engineering, and architectural study, and the associated site investigation works for the proposed commercial development at the Hong Kong Boundary Crossing Facilities, Island of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge. We started our discussion on this paper on the 4th of June, and we'll continue with our discussion today. And to answer members' questions, we have Mr. Hon Chi Keung, Director of Civil Engineering and Development, Mr. Mac Chi Biu, Chief Engineer, CEDD, and Ms. Amy Cheung, Assistant Director, Planning Department. So, Ms. Helena Wong, first round, but then she's not in the conference room. So, Mr. Fernando Zhang, second round, 3 minutes, including questions and answers. Mr. Fernando Zhang. Chairman, now concerning the artificial island, concerning the scope of the works and the barges moored there, these in fact have exceeded the scope on the statutory plan. According to the administration, the barges are merely moored nearby, and the scope of the works has not exceeded the scope on the statutory plan. But then many organizations find this unacceptable. The contractor has, without prior application and approval, occupied 30 hectares of waters in the area, and then some nets, some cages have also been put in the waters by the contractor. We're talking about 30 hectares of waters in the vicinity. Yes, Chairman. The project is monitored by the Highways Department. I understand that Mr. Zhang raised a similar question last time. I understand that they have to provide a seawall, and as a result, they have occupied waters outside the area approved by the Marine Department, and this is to carry out some temporary engineering and environmental works. Our understanding is that concerning the seawall works, they are nearing completion, and the contractor will be removing the temporary environmental and safety equipment. So, Chairman, there are these facilities in the 30 hectares of waters nearby. I want to know whether an environmental impact assessment has been carried out. Of course, this is monitored by the Highways Department. I don't know whether an EIA has been carried out, but I understand that environmental considerations need to be taken into account. Now, I think we can ask the department to give us a written reply after the meeting. Now, the CEDD is not responsible for monitoring this project, so we'll ask the director to ask the Highways Department to provide further information. All right, Mr. Albert Chan, second round, 3 minutes, including replies. No, so the administration came to us for funding in 2009 and also in 2011. And there were papers informing us of the nature of the artificial island. And may I refer to the 2009 paper? We were asked to approve $30 billion, and there were items A to H, and we were told that there are loading and loading bays, boundary crossing facilities would be required, and certain airport facilities would have to be reprovisioned. We didn't see in the 2009 and 2011 paper that there was a need to build a shopping mall. So I hope that after the meeting we can be given a table on the proposed land uses of the reclamation site. Now, in fact, you should not have applied for such a large-scale reclamation project, and now you are going to build a large shopping mall. So, in 2009, in 2011, did you overestimate the amount of reclamation required, or did you deliberately try to deceive us or mislead us? Now, because reclamation affects the ecology in the area, including the dolphins, so I want to know why all of a sudden we are told that there will be this very big shopping mall, and this idea was did not appear in the two past papers. All right, can the director please respond? Yes, in fact, I did say last time, Chairman, that the area to be reclaimed would only be for boundary crossing facilities, but then we also pointed out that there would be shopping facilities and dining facilities to meet the needs of the visitors. But may I refer to the paper in 2009? Please let him finish. He is not telling the truth. Now look at A to H in the 2009 paper. Look at the 2011 paper. There was no mentioning of a shopping mall. I'm now concerning your concern. Now, this is not a concern only, Chairman. I want the Director to refer to the past papers. Now, I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to debate with you, Chairman. I want the Director to refer to the 2 past papers. I want him to refer to the proposed uses in the 2 papers. Now, you have to give him time to give you a reply, but I think time's up. But I'll give the Director some time to respond. Chairman, as I said last time, now, there are opportunities for commercial development. We are mainly making use of the space above the development, and if it is appropriate, we may also consider going underground. But then when we asked for approval for reclamation, that was for the boundary crossing facilities. Mr. Gary Fan, 3 minutes. There is an organization in Tung Chung, and they published the results of a survey they conducted in April 2014. They said that Tung Chung already had city gate, and over half of the respondents said that they didn't want Tung Chung to become like North District, Sheung Shui, Fan Ling. They didn't want further commercial or shopping facilities in Tung Chung. But then if there are to be shopping facilities on the artificial island, then there will definitely be more tourists and visitors to Tung Chung. So I just want to know whether you're going to attach importance to public opinion. Mr. Horn, is it that the Development Bureau should answer the question? Because I'm talking about government's need to heed public opinion. Perhaps I'll invite Mr. Horn to speak first. Chairman, in fact, we haven't really finalized the uses. We have to get the funding approval first. In fact, at the airport and at other boundary crossing facilities, we have seen very successful examples. Look at the Incheon Airport in Korea and the airport in Holland. We see international consortia having offices at the airport, and there are also hotel, leisure, retail facilities. So, of course, providing retail facilities on the artificial island is one of the options. We need to secure the funding first, and then we'll carry out a study. And of course, we'll also carry out a public engagement exercise. Because we know that these retail facilities will bring more tourists, and that's why the organization did a survey and informed the administration of what the public wanted and what they did not want. Yes, so you're still going to carry out a study. Yes, but then you have to tell us whether you're going to provide more retail facilities and tourism facilities in Tung Chung. I want to say that we will look at the positioning later. And of course, in your study, you'll definitely take into account the views of different stakeholders. All right, Mr. Frankie Yik, first round, 4 minutes. Thank you, Chairman. It is said that boundary crossing facilities will be provided, but then the administration now would like to do more on the site. But then what about logistics facilities? the Hong Kong International Airport has ranked first for many years concerning freight transport, and I think we are well positioned to develop high value added logistics industries. So I just want to know whether there can be sites set aside for the logistics industry. Yes, Chairman. We haven't come to a final decision yet. Yes, we will note various suggestions, including Mr. Frankie Yick's suggestion. So we will make a decision taking into account the most suitable locations for the various users and industries. Mr. Wu Chi-wai, Chairman, last time, in fact, I raised a similar question. In Tung Chung, are there land users which have been determined? Now, for example, near the airport, is there a need to provide more hotels, more office buildings? Last time we were told that the planning department needed to be consulted. Oh, we were talking about a boundary crossing point with about 12,000 vehicles and 60,000 visitors. But then for the Shenzhen Bay boundary crossing point, it seems that we still haven't reached this level, and so I want to ask this question. I'll ask my colleague to supplement later, Chairman, concerning vehicular flow and flow of visitors. In fact, these are estimates, and last time, concerning the estimate, the projection, we tried to err on the conservative side. Ms. Cheung. In fact, not only in Tung Chung, we do have a great demand for office use. Yes, Ms. Cheung was talking about a territory-wide demand. I'm talking about Tung Chung in particular. In Tung Chung, concerning hotel rooms, we have about 3,000 hotel rooms available. And with the completion of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge and also the Twin Moon Link, this Tung Chung will become a major transport hub. So can I know more about the utilization rate of the 3,000 odd rooms now in Tung Chung, and will there be new hotels commissioned in the near future? Ms. Cheung. Now, the overall occupancy rate of hotel rooms in Hong Kong is over 80%, but I want to know about the Tung Chung situation. Yes, so the member is concerned about the situation in Tung Chung. I can provide the information to members after the meeting, but my understanding is that the occupancy rate is very high. And we are here talking about a topside development on the artificial island. So we have to take into account the possibility of the development of the logistics industry, and also we have to cater for the projected vehicular and visitor flow, and all these definitely will be taken into account, and I think Ms. Cheung does agree with me. Ms. N. Chang, and then Ms. Alice Mack. 3 minutes, Ms. N. Chang. Thank you, Chairman. So there will be this artificial island near the airport. I'm happy to see this happen. In fact, things are already moving forward.
一定有咁嘅價。
I think the case must be that it is worth the while to explore the idea and to go ahead. For the project, the plans, as well as the vicinity, I myself had some initial understanding. Well, first of all, if there's anything that will bring about more jobs to Tung Chung, I would welcome. This is because we know that there aren't too many job opportunities in Tung Chung. Yes, in the past year or two, things have changed for the better, but still not that desirable. Now, should the economy take a dip, then I'm afraid the job opportunities will be much affected. I would like to know the following. I would like to know whether the administration has got the following idea or not. We are always talking about diversion, since we find that there are just too many tourists gathering in the town center to do the shopping. So I just wonder if we can divert the tourists. Sometimes some tourists may not necessarily have to go to the town center. And here, I think we can regard it as a shopping center for the tourists at the port, so that tourists don't have to go to Causeway Bay and Tsim Sha Tsui. Yes, I referred to two other airports, one in South Korea, and they have done the same. That is, in many airports, there will be shopping opportunities before you board the plane. Now, for the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge, it will be connected with Tuen Mun Chat Lap Kok link. So the opportunity does present itself, so that if somebody would just come to Hong Kong to do shopping, then they can just remain there to do the shopping. But of course, we have to study the matter further to look at the positioning, whether that should be the only element or not. Well, after we have done this, then as Ms. Zhang has said, there will be more jobs in Tung Chung. For Tung Chung, we've also got a project to extend the new town, and we'll see an increase in the population by 100,000. So we do want to have more jobs. Ms. Alex Mack. Mr. Leung Chi-Cheung would like to speak, and he will be speaking for the first time, so I'll give the floor to him for minutes, including question and answer. Mr. Chairman, the artificial island will have an area of 130 hectares, so it won't be a small one. But of course, we know that it plays a very key function, and that is the airport, the Tuen Mun Chat Lap Kok link, as well as the Northland Town Expressway, taking people from the airport and Tung Chung to the town center. I don't have much to query about the artificial island. If you are connected with the airport, then the use must be related to the functions of the airport. If you don't want to tie in with the development of the airport, of course, it's something else. So I do support the direction of the study. That is, you're going to look at the increase in the commercial element of the airport. Now, I've got two questions here. In your study, are you going to look at the following? That is, the job opportunities to be created on the artificial island. I think the paper is silent on this. I don't quite see whether this will be covered or not, but then it is important. Some colleagues have already said that for the islands district, in particular Tung Chung, some people think that the development will only cause more dissatisfaction, because if you are only setting your eyes on tourism, but then if you are going to have job creation, it will benefit the area. So please give an account on this point. Secondly, for the artificial island, I think one of the traffic links will be the North Lantau Expressway. I just want to say that Tai Ho will be affected. I did look at the development of Tai Ho Wen. It is said that you have got fish which is of great scientific interest, and the fish will have to go via Tai Ho Wen to go back to the sea. So I'm afraid whether your project is going to affect the fish. I think that species is almost extinct. So would you also cover this in your study, Mr. Hon? Mr. Chairman, the first point is about job creation. Certainly that will be looked into in great details. Last time when I spoke, I did try to cover this point towards the end of my speech. For Tung Chung New Town, we would like to extend it. Currently, we've got a population of 90 to 100,000. There is a study ongoing to expand the new town to accommodate a population of 200,000. So we'll try our best to increase the population, and we hope that half of the additional population can get jobs in Tung Chung. We have the Tuen Mun Chatlapkok link, and that means that Tuen Mun will be linked up with Tung Chung, and then the artificial island and the airport island will be presenting a very good example. Well, I think you are concerned about the link between the artificial island and the North Lantau Expressway. I'll try to go back to check if there is more information on this matter. And then Ms. Alice Mack, speaking in the second round. Mr. Chairman, I made this point last time. Currently in Hong Kong, if we would like to have more land for development, since we would like to have land for housing, so it isn't easy to get land for any other purposes. So if we want to expand a new town or develop a new town, then I think we should try our best to make sure that there is land for industrial development. All along, we've been told that in Tung Chung and North Lantau, we lack office space. But then we have to look at the prevailing circumstances. By the time you finish this study, it will be 2016. Not to mention that you take time to complete the construction. We don't know whether there is still the need at that time, whether there is still that demand. If we're having commercial developments here and there, then it means that we'll be getting shopping malls and hotels all around the place. Now you talk about jobs for Tung Chung residents, but then currently we have come up with certain figures. Tung Chung residents are worried that before they get jobs for their well-being, the prices will escalate because of the hotels and shopping malls to be provided. Yes, we do intend to expand Tung Chung New Town, but we don't know what will be accommodated in the new town. Are they going to get just another mega shopping mall? So you can't just have short-term vision. Currently, we know that we are running out of hotel rooms and shopping facilities. But recently, we have seen that there is a drop in the number of visitors, and there is rumor to say that the individual visa scheme will be tightened up. So I'm worried that currently you are trying to accommodate more commercial development. But what if there is no longer the demand in the future? I think we're still at a preliminary stage. We just want to carry out our study. We have to provide for the hardware, but it takes time to construct the hardware. Now we try to complete a study. There will be more people flow. What about the impact on air pollution? What about the impact on drainage? All such studies take time. So we can carry out the studies while we are checking the positioning. Yes, we do appreciate that the economic situation in Hong Kong may change as to whether we can only accommodate retail and tourism industries. That's not necessarily the case. We have to look at the long-term development as well. So what I want to say is that the construction of hardware takes time. We can't just try to wish for it today and we'll get it tomorrow. We believe that the opportunity is there and we should do it ASAP. Dr. Helena Wong, for the first time, 4 minutes for question and answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For this island, for the Hong Kong boundary crossing facilities, what is worrying the citizens most is that the tourists under the individual visa scheme are bringing problems to us. Yes, we know that the island has already been formed. What is still not clear is as follows. That is our receiving capacity of the tourists under the IVS. We are told that currently we have got 50 million tourists, and then in a year or two the figure will rise to 70 million. Now we have got two problems here. First of all, citizens' impression is that we are not able to receive that many tourists, and as a result we have got many conflicts. There are calls to urge the tourists to go back to the mainland and refrain to come back or come at all. Of course, we don't agree that there should be the smearing campaign and call the mainland tourists as locusts and ask them to go back. But still, we mustn't forget that we have to study the receiving capacity of Hong Kong and whether tourism will have an impact on our daily lives, our traffic and transport situation. Now, if Hong Kong is to become one single shopping mall, then it means that we'll be living in a shopping mall, and that's impossible. In Hong Kong, there are many confrontations and conflicts. It is said that there are just too many mainland tourists, and there are too many problems arising from that. And even the Central People's Government is trying to think about whether there should be so many tourists being permitted under the IVS. I think the question is whether the number should be cut by 10% or 20%. Now, for this artificial island, I think the greatest concern is, as far as our receiving capacity is concerned, should we cut the number of visitors under the IVS or can we increase the number? So the first question is, for the forecast of 17 million tourists, has it already incorporated the additional 20 to 25 million more tourists coming to Hong Kong as a result of this project? So for the 25 million, should we add that to 70 million, or is 70 million already includes, does 70 million include 25 million? I'm not quite sure about the makeup of the 70 million tourists, but I'm sure I have to check it with the relevant policy bureau. But I suppose that all planned and existing infrastructure would have already been covered. But I'm sure I have to check it afterwards. Mr. Chairman, Helena, I hope the bureau can supplement the figure. Otherwise, we'll just have to ask the same question at an FC meeting. So you just have to find out from that report on the receiving capacity whether 70 million already includes the 25 million here. Otherwise, totally there will be 90 million visitors. So please make sure that you provide the additional information. Yes, please do so after the meeting. Now for this report, it is about for this paper, it is about a study. In other words, the figures will be fluid, and for Dr. Wong's concern, I'm sure that has to be covered in the report. Ms. Chen Yin-hen, for the first time, 4 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recently, or rather for the past 6 months, I think we have got a lot of development projects similar to this one. For this island, it covers 130 hectares, and then there will be the central waters. I agree to spend the money asked for. Now, 130 hectares of land, it is a huge area. Even for Kai-Tak, it is but 300 hectares only. So this island will be half the size of Kai-Tak. So we have to make good use of this island. But then when you carry out study, you have to steer the consultants. So my question for the Bureau, what is your brief? What is your study brief? So please answer this short question first. What do you mean? Now you are asking for money to carry out a study. I'm sure you have a brief for the consultant. You won't just give the consultant a free hand. Mr. White? Well, it is a piece of land measuring 130 hectares, but it doesn't mean that there are no constraints. Basically, it is right next to the airport. As Ms. Chen has said, air pollution, noise pollution, building height restrictions, some of the restrictions we have to bear in mind. And then, of course, there will be the infrastructural support. Now, if the consultant comes up with certain ideas, then we have to look at the water supply, drainage impact, as well as the traffic impact. There is one very important element, and I have emphasized many times. I think the consultant should find out about the best use for this island. I think commercial development will be more or less right. It's impossible to house a school or residential developments on the island. So probably it's more amenable to commercial development. So probably the consultant will be asked to fine-tune on this point. So you incline towards commercial development. Commercial will be the tune for central waters as well. Therefore, I'm worried. Ms. Chen, I still have time. C.Y. Leung at the second last question time referred to the river loop. The Lok-Ma-Chau loop was mentioned a long time ago, but then you involve a lot of complicated issues. Now the young people have been evicted from the industrial buildings that have been revitalized. Now for this artificial island, we have to bear in mind the noise impact. When we talk about commercial development, then probably we'll talk about shopping mall. But what about industrial development? Must we all go to the Lok-Ma-Chau loop? Now, it is not fair to ask you to consider this point, Mr. Y. We haven't got other officials here. So when we talk about industries, we should also look at the needs of the creative industries. I think in recent years, it has undergone rather rapid development. So my suggestion is, rather than going to the Lok-Ma-Chau loop, I think it's better to make use of the artificial island here. In Beijing and Shanghai, they do have land set aside for creative industries. So why don't we do the same here? Your time is up. You have got a suggestion. Yes, we have heard the suggestion. We'll consider it. Next, Mr. Tony Chair, 3 minutes, second round. Now for this artificial island, at the Hong Kong boundary crossing facilities, I think we have to make good use of it. We should explore and realize the potential. So I support the undertaking of the study. Of course, I read in the paper that you're going to spend $60 million for planning, engineering, and architectural study. And EIA will also be included. I think last time I asked this question, and as Ms. Chen Yunhan has said, we have to think of the best use for this site. What about the public works, the feasibility, and the infrastructure facilities needed? I hope the consultants will be independent. Last time, Mr. Y gave us an answer already. We used to have this arrangement. We have a single consultancy firm covering everything. I'm afraid that would jeopardize the independence of the consultancy's work.
Professionals should be independent, but people have the impression that they might not be always objective and may be biased because some other consultants may be employed by this consultant. So the administration should consider the mode because the planning department could submit report together with the consultants and professionals, and I think I know it is difficult to coordinate, but I hope you can do it well because 130 hectares of land is quite considerable, and you're also subject to constraints. So I hope the administration will try to balance this, and in terms of the employment of consultancy and also the combination of consultants. Please consider this because even after the PWSC, you have to go to FC. We just want to optimize the funds to get the best results. Yes, I think there are a few areas in the study, and I will not repeat, but different professionals are required, and it's problematic if we split up the study. And yes, I understand that I'll see how we can coordinate better. A few members would like to speak for the third time, but Ms. Chen Yan hand the second time, 3 minutes. Thank you. Well, to facilitate the work of the Council, well, I do support this paper today. The administration claims that there would be some studies on commercial use of the place. I hope you can include to use it for industries and creative industries. So, Secretary, please put it on record. They may come back to us, I don't know, half a year or a year's time, or maybe even the next term. Anyway, I'd like to know whether they have incorporated the Council's view in these studies, because sometimes we do find it difficult because in the second round of public consultation, views in the second round might not have been taken into account. So, Secretary, please put it on record so that we can be sure when they come back next time. All right, all views will be recorded in our minutes, but I want my request to be recorded in detail. Okay, speaking for the third time, Dr. Fernando Zhang, 2 minutes. Chairman, while I've checked the official website of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge, cnb.dhk, there's the mention of the boundary crossing, clearance of passengers, vehicles, and also goods, office for officers, and also amenities and so forth. There is no mention of commercial activities, including the so-called lending economy, and also food and beverage, entertainment, so on and so forth. And then this so-called waved design for that immigration tower. So everything is already designed, and for commissioning in 2016, 2 years away. But now you are asking for money? It looks like you are redesigning the boundary crossing here, adding commercial elements to it. Is my understanding correct? Are you going to plan the facility here anew to add financial or commercial facilities? No, it is not really starting from scratch again. It is about development. The extent of reclamation is sufficient for boundary crossing facilities, and there is opportunity for commercial development where it is cost effective. We can also do it underground. So if it is confirmed, we may have to change the zoning. Well, this is about the superstructure. So all the basic infrastructure facilities will be there. Mr. Albert speaking for the third time, 2 minutes. Yes, I'm looking at the OZP of the island. Now, for column 1, permitted use as catering, warehouse, and also wholesale, so on and so forth. It's very long. When the site or when funding was approved, there was no idea on the part of the public or LegCo that you could have such a massive commercial development here. Of course, designated use, it can be for shopping. Yes, it is understandable that given that this is such a big area, you can have things like shops, but not like what you are proposing here. I think it is a fact that you're going to change the planning here very substantially. You are trying to abuse the loophole. And members of the public have been deceived and betrayed by the government. So I think you should consult the public once again to ensure or to ascertain that the public agree that the area should be developed, should develop bridgehead economy. You are deceiving the public. Perhaps this is not the intention of the director. You are only carrying out an order from your superior. But this way of doing things is unacceptable to the public. So why don't you consult the public on the users of this area first before we discuss funding? Well, Director, we are only conducting a study. No, you are going to upgrade it to Cat A. Category A, well, this is just about the study, but that would cover land use and other facilities. This is not a conceptual study. I'm talking about conceptual study. Chairman, for many planning projects, the government would talk of a conceptual study first. It's just like the Kai Tak sports stadium in Kai Tak. Albert Chen, your view is very clear. Your time is up. Mr. Gary Fan, speaking for the third time, 2 minutes. Yes, I also like to talk about the direction of the study. You, some political parties talked about having a casino there, and many of our questions arise from the what's in the paper. We're asking why there is a big change here. And we are asking whether this is in the interest of Hong Kong. Now, Director, you're not certainly asking us to give you $60 million for just a study. So you want to have a commercial development here to attract tourists. And we also ask whether there is any triage or use. If this artificial island cannot do this, still there will be a flood of tourists going to the local community, affecting people's daily living. And why have I quoted a study by the certain Tung Chung Concern Group? So if you would like to attract tourists and you want to divert them away from the local community, then theoretically you should be able to keep them here instead of diverting them to Tung Chung or local communities of Lantau. Can you include this in the tender specifications? So it should be able to divert visitors away from the local community. Well, I have already said this. Well, you have said this many times, but I have only just asked this question for the first time. What I mean is we have the hardware there, and we are at a very preliminary study stage. We have not confirmed the exact positioning. Well, it's just like the NE, NDAs. A few years or 2 years from now, you will say that we've conducted a study and we've talked about it for many times and we're going to do this. I think you are paving the way for that. Dr. Fernando Chen, speaking for the 4th time, 1 minute. The director keeps saying that they are not firm as to how they're going to do that. But in December 2008, you apply for the post of chief engineer to take effect on the 1st of April 2009, and he is also supported by some other posts to spearhead this study. Well, it's been 5 years since 2009 when the post was created. He was supposed to supervise the project. How come 5 years down the road we are still not too sure what we're going to do with this area? If come 2016 the bridge is commissioned, well, it's just 2.5 years away, and still we're not sure what we want to do here. Last time I asked what would be the throughput or the where no visa is required. I think the Highways Department from the chief engineer is for monitoring the bridge project. It's nothing to do with the superstructure here. Mr. Albert Chen, I will continue to ask questions because they have distorted the original planning intent. In the past, the government planned certain land use and applied for funding. In 2009-2011, you applied for funding. There was no mention of bridgehead economy. It was meant to be a boundary crossing facility. And now you have a massive area for bridgehead economy development without consulting the public first. You have to be fair, Director. The government has all the power, and you can even distort the OZP. However, the OZP didn't say that this is for bridgehead economy. Can't you be a bit fairer to the public? Well, the pro-establishment camp will certainly support you, but what you do here has distorted the original zoning. All right, Mr. Gary Fan, if you don't answer my question, I'll keep asking. Mr. Gary Fan, I'm still about the hardware. So how are you going to divert visitors away? I'd like to ask about, for instance, parking spaces. And no, you allow the director to respond. Now must be more specific. The car parking spaces reserved regionally. Now you want to develop bridgehead economy and you turn it into a shopping mall. Would there be any change in the number of car parking spaces? Would there be sufficient space for that? Well, I can only give you the number later. This study will see if we have commercial development here. Should we enhance such ancillary facilities? For instance, should there be any underground space development so as to free up space at grade? So we have to carry out the study first before it can be clearer. What about the original number of parking spaces planned? 800 planned in this crossing. Mr. Lala speaking for the first time, 4 minutes. This 70CL item, I think you have already preset conclusion. It must be for commercial development. There must be development of bridgehead economy, right? In 2009, CY Leung was not yet the CE. So I'd like to know. I believe this is the idea of the CE now. All right, he, as a CE, wants to have commercial development here. And the administration is asking us for money to use this 130 hectares of land for commercial development. And before that's decided, what steps have been taken? Who have been consulted? Such that we decided that this is how this 130 hectares is going to be developed. Well, this is geographically a good location. As we all know, after the bridge is commissioned, and once is connected with the Chek Lak Kok link, then the western passage to Zhuhai will be established. With due respect, Director, I've got only 4 minutes. Now you have these preconceived idea that 130 hectares will certainly be used for commercial development before this decision was made. Well, other than the wish of CY Leung, what other support did you have? Well, as a whole, we saw that there is the opportunity. As a whole, who? Well, we consider that together with the planning department, and we believe that there are merits in using this space for bridgehead economy. So it is the officials' idea. Well, the CE claimed that he would consult the public, he would decide together with the public. Where are public views? Are you asking about public consultation, right? Well, they have already got a conclusion for the study. You want to come up with the conclusion that this space will be used for a park or PRH. All studies or all points point to the development of bridgehead economy on this 130 hectares with shopping and commercial facilities, and how to link up with the other areas of the coastline. I'd like to know when and how the public was consulted. I want it to be put on record. Well, in the study, there will be a public engagement exercise that will be discussing and deciding together with the public. All right. Under E, you say that there will be a community engagement exercise. Can we use the space for development of a park or a hospital? Is there such a possibility, yes or no? A simple reply. Well, the possibility is low. Well, to be frank, the answer is no, right? Because even you're going to have public engagement exercise, you are asking them how commercial facilities should be arranged there. Well, in 2009, 2011, funding was not approved on that basis. You have introduced a fundamental change. You should go through due procedures. Dr. Eleanor Wong speaking for the second time, 3 minutes. I'd also like to follow up on the question raised by Mr. Leung. I have no objection to studying this for commercial purposes, but can you also include other possible uses on this 130 hectares of land? Well, we lack land for all sorts of purposes. We know that it's close to the airport. It may not be suitable for housing development, but we need land for many other facilities.
So, is it that the primary use of the artificial land will be commercial, or will you in your study state that the land use should be commercial and other suitable purposes? Now, for example, can we have a vast area for agriculture? Say for so will you regard that as agricultural or commercial use? So please do not restrict yourself to the idea of a shopping mall. And then public columbaria. You know, there are no there's no place to for people to place the remains of their ancestors. Right? And now you have 130 hectares of land. So can you use part of this area as a columbarium? And do you regard that as a commercial use? But of course, if it is a public columbarium, then of course that cannot be regarded as commercial use. So I want to know your definition of commercial. Director. Yes, in the course of our study, we will listen to public views. Here we're talking about topside development. So as to whether our agricultural activities or columbarium activities are suitable activities for this location. Now we really have to carry out a study. In Hong Kong, we don't have sufficient land, and so we have to seize every opportunity to try to make the best use of the land. We're going to discuss another item on an artificial island later, and we'll also have to seize the opportunities there. Mr. Fernando Zheng, according to Singtao Qibao, there are several projects associated with the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge which need to be put back. And these projects have to be put back even after the close of tender. And according to the newspaper report, after the closing of tender, the content of the projects has to be changed, and as a result, the project has to be put back. And one of the contracts relates to the vehicular crossing facility, and in fact, the closing of tender should occur in May, but then that has been put back to July. Chairman, that's a highways department project. I don't have the information here, but I want to say that it's not surprising to put back the closing of tender. Chairman, he keeps saying that this is the responsibility of another department. So that we can have a reply after the meeting. So can we ask the CEDD to make sure that relevant departments will give us the replies after the meeting? Mr. Chan, 1 minute. I only need 5 seconds. Now, do you think it's fair to have the plan changed so substantially. Director, now planning is an ongoing process. It doesn't stop at a certain point in time. And so at the time when the artificial island was proposed, it was not it was not the intention to have large-scale commercial development. But now we and our colleagues, relevant departments have seen very good opportunities for development. And of course, that would mean a change to the planned land uses. But of course, we'll engage the various parties in the planning process. We'll take into account public opinion. Mr. Gary Fan, the fifth round, 1 minute. Yes, Chairman. I want to ask about the EIA system. Because the EIA should include air quality assessment, visual impact assessment, and so on and so forth. But according to the funding, present funding application, there may be problems because with the shopping mall, with retail facilities of hotels, there will be more vehicular traffic, and air pollution will also increase, though I don't know to what extent or by how much. And so, but last time there was the EIA included in the funding application. Yes, as the area exceeds 20 hectares, there will be an EIA. There will be another EIA. When will it be carried out simultaneously? What do you mean? Because you haven't really decided on the development parameters. For example, how much extra GFA. Now it's our usual practice to include in the study the land users, possible land users, and then at the same time we carry out the EIA. But that's not feasible, because if you do not, if you haven't decided on the scale of development, then how can you have an accurate EIA? And once we've decided on the land users, then the EIA will also be adjusted accordingly. Mr. Alan Leung. The Assistant Director of Planning is present today. So concerning this artificial island, concerning this area, I want to know the land use zoning on the statutory plan. Ms. Zhang. On the statutory plan, the use is the boundary crossing point for the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge. But then the statutory plan does allow different types of uses on the artificial island, retail, dining, and so on and so forth. I want to say, Chairman, that land use is not decided by C.Y. Leung. Land use is stipulated in the statutory plans. Oh, is that piece, you mean? I think land use zonings are determined by the Town Planning Board. Town Planning Board is the only statutory body in Hong Kong to decide on the land use zonings in Hong Kong. So, Assistant Director, is it that the land use zoning on the statutory plan permits commercial development? Ms. Zhang, let me explain. So the primary use is the boundary crossing point. But then, as Mr. Horn has said, planning is a continuous and ongoing process. We need to seize new opportunities. We need to take into account new developments, the latest situation, and then we do amend our statutory plans accordingly. But every time we want to amend the plan, we need to go through a process. And the first step in this process is a study. We need to carry out a study to see whether the land use zoning is still appropriate or whether it's outdated, and if an amendment is necessary, we'll go to the town planning board. But this is illogical. You are putting the cart before the horse. Chairman, the study, I think the study has preconceived ideas and conclusions, and there will be commercial uses. According to Ms. Zhang, the Town Planning Board may reject the amendment or the proposal. And if that really happens, then the money spent on the study will go down the drains. Mr. Albert Chan, the sixth round, 1 minute. I think many people simply do not understand town planning procedures. Now, because the planning is for other users, the area exceeds 100 hectares, and you're talking about other users, and there are many types of users under column 1, including shops. So in other words, the government can go ahead without having to go back to the town planning board. Now, for, say, a residential land use zoning, if you can't have the freedom or the flexibility to change the land use zoning, but then the use at the moment is other users, right? So we gave you the funding in 2009, 2011, and now you are going to develop a big shopping mall. And as the users, other users, you don't have to go back to the town planning board to seek an amendment to the OEZP. So you are distorting public opinion. You are fooling Hong Kong people. So I think this paper should be withdrawn. Chairman, I can ask 20 questions. Last time in the FC, I asked questions for 20 rounds, and I will also move a motion to adjourn the discussion of this matter. So they are fooling Hong Kong people around. This is unacceptable. Mr. Fernando Zhang, Chairman. So, commercial uses are proposed, hotels, retail and dining, and we were given to understand that an amendment to the OEZP would be necessary before such uses could materialize. But Ms. Zhang seemed to have suggested that there was no need to have an amendment. So can Ms. Zhang clarify the situation for us? Is there a need to go to the town planning board to seek an amendment to the OEZP in order to have the shopping mall and the hotels on the artificial island? There are, I think there are two concepts here. The first concept is planning intentions. The second concept is permitted uses. Concerning the planning intention, the primary use of the artificial island is a boundary crossing point. If major commercial facilities are proposed, then that would mean a big change to the planning intention. And as a result, the established procedures have to be gone through. But then concerning the second part, retail, hotel use, these are already permitted uses under the present statutory plan. I don't think she has really given me a clear answer, Chairman. So there will be a study and then implementation. Do you need to go to the town planning board to seek an amendment to the OEZP, yes or no? I think we haven't decided on the uses, and so it's premature for me to say whether we need to go through the procedure to seek an amendment of the OEZP with the town planning board. Mr. Gary Fan, Chairman, we are told that in 2016, the boundary crossing facility with a daily patronage of 9,200 to 14,000 vehicles and 55,850 to 69,200 passengers in 2016. So I would like to know how many of the vehicles and passengers will be using the artificial island. In other words, how many vehicles and passengers can the artificial island handle? Director, when the bridge was planned, there was a 4-stage traffic model. So the study was carried out a few years ago. These are merely projections. At that time, they erred on the conservative side because they had to establish the cost effectiveness of the project. I remember the figures were presented to the transport panel some time ago. So we will be looking at the nature of the facilities, what commercial facilities we provided, and the projected vehicular and passenger flow. So are you here only talking about the bridge? Yes, these are figures relating to the bridge, Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge. Mr. Alan Leong, Chairman. I think we need to have an answer as to whether the Town Planning Board's approval is required for an amendment to the OZP. Now, Ms. Zhang said that she would not rule out the possibility of having to go back to the Town Planning Board because planning concepts and permitted uses are two different concepts. And then Mr. Albert Chan, in fact, suggested that there was no need to go back to the Town Planning Board. Now, of course, that would be unacceptable, especially when the government always claims that it does plan together with the people, and it engages Hong Kong people in policy making and plan making. But I think we really need to know whether the Town Planning Board's approval will be required. We want to know whether the administration can go ahead without having to go back to the Town Planning Board. We, as LegCo members, have to make sure that the executive is accountable to the legislature. We also have the responsibility of monitoring the use of public funds by the government. Mr. Zhang, if the proposed users violate the planning intentions or the permitted uses on a statutory plan, then we must go back to the Town Planning Board. But then, as to what the proposed uses will be and the scale of development, we haven't made the decisions yet. So in other words, they may not need to go back to the Town Planning Board if the proposed uses are permitted uses under the plan. But then if there is any contravention or violation, then they will have to go back to the Town Planning Board. Albert Chan, 7th round. Yes, if there is a violation, then they have to go back to the Town Planning Board. But then the development of a bridgehead economy doesn't violate the other uses zoning on the plan. That's the problem. Now, usually on an OZP, we have very specific land use zonings, residential, commercial. But then, there are 40 to 50 uses under column 1. They are always permitted uses. There's no need to go to the Town Planning Board to seek approval. In other words, in the original plan, you might want to designate 10,000 square meters for commercial. But now even if you increase the quantity to 100,000 square meters, there is no need to go back to the town planning board because it's an always permitted use. So this is, in fact, this is a major planning change, but you are abusing this flexibility. The chairman of the town planning board is here. Now, can I ask you this question? Even if we lose in this exercise, can you confirm and assure us that you will look at, that you will scrutinize the amendment and very carefully? Chairman, I want to say that now concerning land use, we have to identify the site, and then there needs to be a planning and engineering study. In other words, the study ascertains the use that can be accommodated on the site, and then and only then can we proceed to the town planning procedure. That's in relation to Mr. Alan Leung's question.
Now, the administration is asking for funds to carry out a planning, engineering, and architectural study as to what use can be accommodated and the traffic impact, etc. We need to get the information before we can make a decision. And the CN Council has already approved an OZP concerning this island. So we have to check the outcome of the study against that plan. And if it is not use already permitted, then we need to go through the planning process. Alan Leung, the fourth time, according to the answer given by the chair of the town planning board, I think the scope of this project 770CL should be rewritten so as to reflect what he has said. For paragraph 3, it shows us the scope, but I don't think as it stands, it is as preconceived as we were given to understand. The PS as well as the chair of the town planning board have given answers to our questions, and I don't think we can vote on this paper because we must rewrite the scope of 770CL as in paragraph 3. So I want to know if the two gentlemen represent the government. If they are, then please comment on whether my conclusion is reasonable. A word about the mechanism. I think it's premature to guess whether it will get approval from the town planning board. We have to await concrete proposals, and that means that we need to get the funding to carry out the feasibility study, financial studies, and the EIA study. Before there is a proposal, we cannot go ahead to carry out the plan-making process. And we cannot sort of foretell whether we must go through the plan-making process before we see the proposal. And of course, if funding is needed, we have to come back to the LegCo. Fernando Zhang, 1 minute. I'm getting confused. Now, we're talking about whether there is a need to go to the town planning board to make a change of land use. It is regarded as being premature, dismissing it as being something very preliminary. But then in 2016, on this very complicated site, we have got artificial island. We have got a boundary crossing facility with tourists and cargo from 3 different areas. It is going to be commissioned in 2016, and yet it seems that we're still unclear about the concepts. Well, are our works so advanced that we can complete the engineering works in 2 months' time? The town planning process will take time. And yet you're telling us that you haven't decided on the concepts, not to mention the design. On the other hand, we have got a lot of information to tell us that, in fact, designs have already been finished. Please give him time to answer. The whole study will require 25 months. Please ask him to be clear about the timetable. Mr. Chairman, it will take over 20 months' time to complete the study. When we get the funding, we hope to start in August to be completed in September 2016. And if amendment to plan is needed, we still believe that there is adequate time. But then you need to commission the port. Does it mean that you can still have the topside development after the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge has been commissioned? Our overriding principle is that we are not jeopardizing the operation of the crossing facility. Albert Chen, I think Mr. Chow gave us an overall answer only. He is still not giving us a clear answer. If my understanding is correct, then as it stands, according to the government's current proposal, and if the government would like to develop bridgehead economy, there's no need to go through the town planning board again. Well, in fact, we have got over 50 uses always permitted in column 1 on the plan, so you can always do it. Moreover, it is to be constructed by the government. In other words, a lot of the building processes can be exempted, and they can go ahead immediately, directly. In other words, the will of the administration can prevail. The only thing lacking is the LegCo's approval of funding. In other words, the public cannot veto or object to the planning for development of bridgehead economy there. So, Mr. Chow, please confirm whether my understanding is correct or not. Mr. Chow, the OZP as it stands does not if any plan doesn't include the permitted land uses, then an amendment is needed. I've got the plan with me. The plan says very clearly, shops, offices, exhibition halls, eating places, wholesale uses are permitted. Vehicle repair shops are also permitted. A lot of them do need to approve of the town planning board. So bridgehead economy, I think it is exactly the sort of things permitted. So how come you say you need town planning board's approval? Mr. Y, allow me to answer the question from Mr. Chen. I think we have got 5,000 meters squares space for commercial. There was an internal assessment. We believe that there is space to develop over 300,000 meters square space. There's only a preliminary study. We must carry out the planning, engineering, architectural study before we can confirm that. If it is to be increased from 5,000 to 300,000 meters square, then certainly we have to go through the town planning board. After today's, well, in fact, please turn to enclosure 3. The scope of the study. A market demand assessment to predict the demand of different types of commercial development. Now, today, members have mentioned logistics, creative industries, the different types of commercial development can be changed into different types of industrial development or economic development. So the scope can be widened. Gary Fan. Arising from my previous question, I want to know about the scope of the recommendation and whether you have already set aside space for this. Now, I've got two answers. First, I was told that they could be put one on top of the other. Now, today, I was told that there will be underground car parking spaces. Now, if you can put it one on top of the other, it means that the recommendation can be scaled down. Now, according to the original idea, you don't need 130 hectares of land, and yet you can still discharge all the functions. Mr. Y, just now what I was saying was that for the commercial facilities, we could consider having it topside or underground. For the other point, I think the size was adequate to accommodate the boundary crossing facilities on the artificial island. Fernando Zhang, I'm still confused. Mr. Horn said that for this project and for the later development, they are commercial and they won't affect the boundary crossing. In other words, the BCF will still go ahead. For this part, I think basically you're talking about development of a shopping mall. But of course, if you turn to enclosure 3, you will agree that it is solely related to retail, shopping, entertainment, etc. So if the project is to go ahead, what about the ongoing works? Will there be an impact? I'm not just talking about whether the boundary crossing facility can become operational. What I want to know whether you are going to cause changes to the uses of the works project already underway. Will there be a change? I've already said that the principle is that we mustn't impact upon the operation of the HZMB nor the operation of the BCF. We will talk to the Highways Department and the Transport Department. We always keep a dialogue with them to make sure that their operations will not be affected. I'm not talking about the principle. I want to know how it will be affected. As a result of this development, I want to know whether the existing works project will be affected and to what extent. Director, a quick word. At the next stage, as I have said, we will liaise with the TD and the Highways Department. The overall principle has already been spelled out. I don't want to repeat it. We haven't got funding, so we haven't reached that stage. Albert Chen, the 9th time. I think we need to be fair. Yes, you have to go to the Town Planning Board, but I have to make this clear. Now, for the OZP, if you want to redraw it, then of course there is statutory process, and you have the objection mechanism. Of course, I accept it. But then if you simply go through the motions, and if you simply rely on other uses, and then you want to expand it from 5,000 to 300,000 square meters, then the consultation process would be very different from the remaking of a plan. So, Mr. Chow, Mr. Y, please give me an answer. If there is to be a change from 5,000 to 300,000 square meters, I want to be told about the exact nature of the planning process. I hope it is more in the form of the making of a plan with statutory consultation process, and then I'll give approval. It's different. Don't just try to be satisfied with an unclear answer. Would it be a statutory planning process? 2 months consultation, 2 months time for objection, and then there will be a statutory appeal mechanism. If there is really the case, would you have time? I don't think the government can do it before 2016. I want to ask the question again. Yes, you can press the button again. And then Wong, the 3rd time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I asked the administration to give us figures about the receiving capacity. I also asked for the vehicular flow and the impact on vehicular flow. Now, for the consultant's fee, I didn't know whether you're going to cover the TIA as well, because as I see from it, you say that the daily patronage is 9,200 to 14,000 vehicles. What sort of commercial activities will be allowed on the artificial island? And what is its impact? What about people driving their cars from Zhuhai and Macau? Are they going to park their vehicles on the artificial island, spend money, and then take their cars and drive back to Zhuhai or Macau? Do you have any measures to control the traffic demand? Can you prevent others from taking Bridge 3 and then coming in town to do other things after spending money on the commercial development. They may go to Tongchong, Lantau, etc. But then as a result of the 10,000 additional vehicles will be affected, or would you foresee that they will confine themselves to the commercial development on the artificial island? What sort of commercial activities will mean that they will stay on the artificial island and not coming to the town center? Are you going to cover this on the TIA? For the cross-boundary vehicles, I gave an answer last time. The three governments are still studying the matter. The Transport and Housing Bureau takes part in the negotiation. After they've completed their negotiation, they'll come back to the EDGCO to explain about the arrangements. We haven't made a final decision. And then the fifth time, of course, Wai Leung would like to get his way. Marvin Zhang is blocking his way, and so he's being replaced by Mr. Low. I think we are just being given a perfunctory answer. You can't simply replace the word commercial with creative or industrial and then we are satisfied. I think we have to press the government to be accountable to us. The government must tell us exactly how the town planning board is to play a role in the process. Please withdraw the paper. Give supplementary information, and then we can have a discussion afresh. Otherwise, the civic party will object the paper. Do you need an answer? If they want to answer the question, yes, please. If they just want to force their way, forget about it. Helena Wong. 2 or 3 years ago, there was this controversy about allowing mainland drivers to take their cars to Hong Kong. The mainland is a huge place. For Hong Kong drivers to take their cars to the mainland, there won't be a problem. But it isn't the same, vice versa. If we have over 10,000 additional vehicles coming from the mainland, if they don't just park their vehicles on the artificial island and if they are allowed to roam around, that will be a big problem. We've been told that you're going to talk to other departments, but I don't think you can simply go ahead on your own. You can't just build the island and develop the island without taking into account the policies of the THB, because what you're going to do on the island will have an impact elsewhere. I think you need to talk to the THB. In other words, I hope that the artificial island will be self-contained. Visitors come, have fun, and then leave instead of going to the town center. So what are you going to do to control the situation? Otherwise, we have to suffer from the traffic jams. As I have said, the three governments are having a discussion. The discussion is being led by the THB. Once we have got the funding, we will liaise with the THB and watching the development of the negotiation. And then the figures will be incorporated into our study. So that will be included. Helena. Fernando Zhang, the 10th time. The Undersecretary of Mr. Yao said in 2010 that the reclamation has to be scaled down, and as a result of the building height restrictions of the airport, the artificial island should not have large-scale commercial development. I think that's what he said in the year 2010. So I want to know when was the idea changed and who asked for the change. Director, I don't have this information with me in relation to the statement that Mr. Zhang referred to. As I have said, we see an opportunity. There is infrastructural support, and the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge will be completed. In the year 2010, on the 19th of May, in a press release, there was this comment. My question was, who asked for the change and when was it changed? director. The team as a whole looked at it, and we thought that there would be this opportunity. Albert Chen, the 10th time, I thank Mr. Y for his answer and his undertaking. You need to be fair to the public so that there will be a process for us to voice our objection. You can't impose your subjective views on us. Time and again, the director has said that it is a collective decision from the team, but we all know that it's C.Y. Leung and Paul Chen, the two of them, who were stirring up all the trouble. So a surveyor who doesn't know surveying, and also a bureau chief who doesn't know development. Now, there is this town planning process which requires time. How can you say that by 2016 you can complete the job?
This is impossible. Now, I'm sure there will be over 10,000 objections if you are going to go through the town planning procedures for this bridgehead economy. Now, I have moved a motion for adjournment. All right. In accordance with Para 33 of the Rules Standing Orders of PWSC, Mr. Albert Chen is asking for speakers of mic. Speakers of mic. Okay, can we continue asking questions? Sure. Yes. Yes, a point of order? Chairman. After we have dealt with Mr. Albert Chen's German motion, if his motion is defeated, assuming that his motion is defeated, I believe we should put this item to the vote. Chairman, Mr. Wang Kuo-heng. All right, your view is clear, Mr. Wang Kuo-heng. If the motion is defeated, the usual procedure is for the PWSC to continue to discuss that item. All right, Mr. Albert Chen, in accordance with Para 33 of the rules for PWSC, asks for the discussion of this item be adjourned, and that is PWSC 2014-15-10, item 770CL, Planning, Engineering and Architectural Study for Topside Development at Hong Kong Boundary Crossing Facility Island of Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge. Well, you've got the motion in accordance with Para 33 of rules. Members may speak for no more than once on this motion, and it should not exceed the time set by this meeting. Because of time constraint, I think each should not speak for more than 3 minutes on this adjournment motion. All right, no more than 3 minutes. For members who would like to speak, please press the button. Do so now. Who will go first? Mr. Albert Chen, Chairman, and then to be followed by Dr. Fernando Zhou. Well, I followed up on this matter for a number of years. One of the reasons for approving the artificial island is because it has multi-purposes. We need the custom facilities, and we believe that a passenger flow and vehicle flow is important, and there is also the development of the road linking Tung Chung and Tuen Mun, and all of a sudden you want to use it for development of bridgehead economy. This has departed from the original intention of reclamation. I'd like to know whether you have reclaimed more than is needed. Have you asked for more than is necessary? Because we have strong views on the need for reclamation, and now you've changed the use. And the question is, will we have the opportunity to raise our objection after this change in land use? LegCo is one gatekeeper, but public participation in town planning procedures is also very important. I am pleased that Mr. YPS has promised that there needs to be change in OZP and normal town planning procedures will apply. I was thinking the government could evade this by using other specified users. The administration could distort the mechanism. And with Mr. White's undertaking, myself and the public are more assured. I understand that this is not an easy matter because in 2009, 2011, you got LegCo's blessing, and 5 years afterwards, you've suddenly introduced a fundamental change. So, $30 billion were approved for certain kinds of job. And all of a sudden you want to use that tunnel for a shopping mall because of aviation noise and pollution. It's hard to use it for other purposes. This drastic change within such a short period of time would lead to an upsurge in construction costs. I'm worried that you may have to use money to reclaim the island, so to speak, just because of C.Y. Leung's view. He is not familiar with the environment. He has not followed through this subject, and it is his own view that we should do this. And I think he will cause the whole community to pay heavily for this. So I think the best is to adjourn the discussion of this item now, and that is the intention of my motion. Dr. Fernando Chair, 3 minutes. I speak to support Mr. Herbert Chen's motion to adjourn the discussion of this item because I am very worried. First, the whole thing is very intransparent. The intention of this paper is to build a massive commercial facility. It was originally meant to be a place for clearance of goods and vehicles and passengers. All of a sudden, it is now for development of bridgehead economy without any discussion. If you want a development of bridgehead economy, well, there is ample space nearby within the airport, at Asia Expo. There is a lot of area for commercial facilities. They haven't been fully utilized yet, and you want so much more facilities here. And I'd like to know how many of these activities do not require visa entry. And as a result, we have a big area carrying out commercial facilities for the benefit of mainland visitors so that they can carry out these activities visa-free. Do Hong Kong people know? Are they well aware of this? We don't have the full picture now. And in 2016, the bridge will be commissioned. And all of a sudden, you have a massive commercial development here for reconsideration even before the town planning procedures are finished. And we're told that perhaps yes or no, there may be application to the town planning board. I have the feeling that this is all the wish of C.Y. Leung, and I lament that government officials have to bow to the wish of the CE because he wants a white elephant. I'm worried that this will only be a facility that can benefit a very limited number of people in Hong Kong, but it will damage our environment. It will be very costly to us, and it's not going to benefit our tourism industry. Can we use Hong Kong land in this way? And is there sufficient legal backing for such a development? Well, don't think that we have satisfied the procedural justice in dealing with this matter this way. I think the intention of the government is very clear, although the administration claims that it's just for a study. But as pointed out by colleagues, we strongly feel that this is a funding application with preconceived conclusion, and I am against this paper. I'm afraid that this will be a white elephant. I'm worried that whether we need such massive reclamation to house the originally planned facilities. We have a long time discussion of our tourism development. This endless expansion of IVS have cost us heavily socially. We keep investing resources to provide extra facilities. I don't think the facilities planned here will not divert visitors away from Hong Kong. It will only shift the area of affecting the community from other places, the South Horizons and even Discovery Park in Tsuen Wan is rumored to have new developments. I'm worried that residents in Tung Chung will continue to be affected by the topside development here. We have too many IVS visitors in Hong Kong. In Australia, it's such a big country. They have only 6.5 million per year. South Korea, 10 million, and Japan, 10 million, and 30 million for the whole of UK. For such a small space in Hong Kong with a population of 7 million, how can we support an annual turnover of 50 million visitors to Hong Kong? Now, at this critical juncture, we must cut down on the number of IVS visitors. We must adjust the whole scheme. Against this background, if we are going to invest resources on this artificial island, what we're going to do will not be cost effective. So I won't support this paper, and I support Mr. Albert Chan's adjournment motion. Next, Mr. Wong Ko-heng, 3 minutes. I speak to oppose Mr. Albert Chan's motion. I think even before he proposes this motion, he has repeatedly asked the same questions again and again. I think this is just filibustering in disguise. I think after we have dealt with this motion, Chairman, you will allow them to continue to ask questions, and this is another kind of filibustering, and there is no end to it. Some colleagues support this adjournment motion, claiming that it's just C.Y. Leung's motion to plan to boost his reputation, and that he has put senior officials in a difficult position. I think this is not really the truth, and it cannot really truly reflect the wish of the community. As a GC member from Kowloon West, even in the last term, I clearly reflected the request of the community. They wanted the development of bridgehead economy here. There was not proposed after C.Y. Leung has become the CE, and some members have put it the other way around. They have rearranged the chronology of events. This is regrettable. For instance, Mr. Tam Yu-jung next to me, who is a veteran elected members from from NT West, the residents there had asked for the development of bridgehead economy for a long time. They wanted the development of Tung Chung New Town and the artificial island on Tung Chung. This has been on the agenda for many years. There is a genuine need for it. Now, there is the need for shopping facilities. We're also worried that shopping in the urban areas might be affected, and there is a need for such a development here. And therefore, I support the government and oppose the adjournment motion. And Chairman, I hope that after you have dealt with this motion, you would lead this subcommittee to deal with the remaining items efficiently. Thank you. Mr. Tony C. Yes, I'm worried that this big artificial island of 130 hectares on the grounds that there was no thorough planning when it was first reclaimed. Why was there no proper planning for commercial users? But then, as time moves, we have to review previous decisions. Due to objective factors and changes with time, we have to reconsider the users. Even though we didn't have this plan in the past, that doesn't mean that we cannot carry out a study. We can only have a conclusion after a study is done. Well, I would support spending this tens of millions of dollars to maximize the use of the land, because only by so doing can we be sure whether we have overlooked the development potential of this island. Such potential may benefit our economy. If we have no economic development, where will we have the resources to pay for the support to people in Hong Kong? So, I oppose Mr. Albert Chan's adjournment motion. Mr. Alan Leung, 3 minutes. Right, in our Q&As with the administration and exchanges with the administration, Chairman, I'm sure you understand that our focus is on the town planning procedures. When will town planning procedures come into the picture? When and how? I think we do need a full account of this. I don't rule out the possibility that even after you have gone through the town plan procedures, there will still be members here saying that residents would like to develop bridgehead economy there. You cannot use the wish of the CE to replace town plan procedures. Under Siwa Leung's governance, we don't have any propriety and dual procedures in Hong Kong here. Of course, Siwa Leung may want to even abolish LegCo so that no one be in his way. However, we must respect the established procedures. Our focus is ask the administration to ensure that due procedures have been followed, and I think it is too sweeping a statement to say that we are filibustering. Mr. Y, the PS, is the only one who's in this dialogue with us. All right, para 3A of the paper says that by replacing the proposed commercial development on HKBCF with proposed industries development on the Hong Kong BCF. Well, can we have a supplementary paper on town planning procedures? Otherwise, if we do not have the full picture, if we have mixed up the proper procedures and sequence, then it is not appropriate. The government cannot dodge this issue. So why don't you, Chairman, take the initiative to ask for some time? Or why doesn't the administration ask for some time to fill up the gaps, to fill in the missing information before we consider this paper? Mr. Frankie Yik, I do not support Ms. Ellen Leung's views, and I think my party colleague, Mr. Tony Z, has made the points clear.
No, at that time, it was proposed that there would be an artificial island. It was a big artificial island. So how come there was no detailed planning concerning the other types of land uses? We have to progress with the times. Mr. Tam Yu Chung, Chairman, during the past 2 hours, I listened to the so-called questions raised by members. This meeting will end at 12:45. Yes, Mr. Alan Leung. So you may have to continue to filibuster. The end time is 12:45. So the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge was to be built, and then it was said that the boundary crossing point should be in Tung Chung. Now, in fact, DAB did make suggestions, and the secretary at the time said that the boundary crossing point would be built first, and for the other activities and facilities, they would be dealt with later, because it would take a lot of time to iron out those facilities and activities. And so the DAB didn't want to delay the project, so we gave the green light concerning the boundary crossing point. You know, in fact, people living in the Islands District, the Islands District Council, and the Lantau Development Committee want to see development on the artificial island. It's such a vast island, and it shouldn't be used only for boundary crossing purposes. And there will be more and more people living in Tung Chung. So people living in Tung Chung want to see more job opportunities provided near their homes. And as to how we can make use of this area, how we can develop the bridgehead economy here. In fact, many who know this subject, many academics have come to meet me at my office. They say that the bridgehead economy must be developed here. We shouldn't waste this vast piece of land. They are of the view that the bridgehead economy will stimulate economic growth in Tung Chung. So I hope that you will listen to good advice. You have to bear in mind the overall interest of Hong Kong. Please do not keep please don't use all your energy criticizing C.Y. Leung. He is not working for his own good. He wants to have different projects started and implemented. Mr. Leung Chi-Chang, I do not support Mr. Albert Chan's motion. In fact, development panel members, in fact, have asked the administration to start the study as soon as possible. If we in LegCo drag our feet, if we keep on discussing the matter without making a decision, then the public will ask what we are doing and what we are seeking to do. The public would like to see things moving forward. Now, members have used reasons like lack of procedural justice, and also there is the worry that this artificial island may become a white elephant. Now, I think if things cannot move ahead, LegCo is to blame and will be blamed. So I cannot agree with Mr. Albert Chan, and I hope that Mr. Albert Chan will not make use of this procedure to stand in the way of development projects in Hong Kong. We have to make the best use of this site. There are objections against development in Northeast NT. There are objections against development in Northwest NT. So are there still sites available for development? So I support this project, Chairman. Mr. Wu Chi-wai, 3 minutes. Thank you, Chairman. In fact, we've spent 2 meetings discussing this funding application. And I hope that when this item is discussed in the Finance Committee, we will have all the replies to the questions that we have raised. So it's important that a study be carried out, because in the absence of research results, it's difficult for us to make a decision. And we hope that the study results can be made available to FC members. Now, I don't think there is a need to adjourn any further proceedings on this proposal today, because we'll still have a chance to block this item if we think it is necessary for us to do so, and that is the Finance Committee process or procedure. So the DP doesn't support this motion to adjourn the proceedings on this proposal. But of course, even if we oppose this motion today, it doesn't mean that we'll give our unconditional support at the Finance Committee meeting. We just hope that we can get clear replies to our questions at the FC meeting, and then we will exercise our votes. Mr. Albert Chan, in Hong Kong, we need development. For the Hong Kong-Macao Bridge, the decision to build the bridge was made after very careful deliberations. And in fact, we've seen a lot of obstacles or hurdles in the way concerning the construction of the bridge. There were objections. There was a judicial review on the basis of the EIA. So the project has been delayed, and as a result, construction costs have escalated. And I think these people do not want to see development in Hong Kong. They do not want to see infrastructural development in Hong Kong. In fact, the concept of the bridgehead economy has been discussed in the community for a long time. Well before C.Y. Leung became the CE. We keep saying that we do not want so many visitors, so many parallel goods traders traveling to the urban area. And I think the bridgehead economy is a very effective solution. We have to make the best use of this artificial island. It shouldn't be used only as a border or boundary crossing point. In fact, in Hong Kong, we still need a lot of land for shopping facilities, for shopping malls, and for other types of activities and facilities. So concerning the development of Northeast NT, Northwest NT, the purpose is to make the best use of the land available for development. But then the opposition party in this council opposes everything proposed by the government. Infrastructural development, environmental protection, they object to all such projects, and as a result, no progress on any front can be made. All projects, big and small, are objected to by the opposition party in this council. We can't help lamenting the state that Hong Kong is in. I think Hong Kong is really in a very desperate situation. All right, does the administration wish to respond? No? Then I will put this matter to the vote. The motion is that the PWSC should adjourn any further proceedings on the proposal in regard to planning, engineering, architectural study for topside development at Hong Kong border crossing facilities, island of Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge. Those in favor? All right, there will be a division and the bell will ring for 5 minutes. The motion before us is to adjourn the further proceedings or the discussion of this item. Voting begins. Before I declare the results, members, will you please check your votes? Voting is closed. The results are displayed. 25 members present, 6 yes, 18 noes. So the motion is negatived. So let's continue with our discussion of item 770CL. Now, when the agenda was issued, there was no mention of the end time. I didn't know that the meeting would be adjourned at 12:45. Now, because we all have a lot of work to do, and so we should have been informed of the end time of the meeting. So can this clerk explain why? Now, concerning the agenda issued on the 3rd of June, and that's PWSC paper 91, it says the meeting will be from 9 to 12:45. And if you can't find the end time on the internet, then perhaps I'll have to check. But I have this agenda before before me, and I can't find the end time. Chairman, I'm referring to this one. Is it a notice of meeting or is it an agenda? This is an agenda. But I think you should have referred to the notice of meeting. Now look at the FEH panel agenda. Look at the agendas of other meetings. Yes, perhaps I can check. Chairman, in fact, we had the same situation when we had to deal with the landfill and the incinerator item. Now, Chairman, I don't know whether you gave instructions for the secretary to do this. Last time there was no end time appearing on the agenda. No. Let's go back and check the arrangements. Mr. Michael Tian, do you wish to discuss this item? I just want to say something. A point of order. Chairman. So this item has been discussed for a long time, and the motion for adjournment has already been negatived. Why is it that we have to go on discussing this item? Now, as the motion to adjourn the proceedings on this item has been negatived, then the logic is that the discussion should continue. Further proceedings on the item should continue. But then we've received a motion from Mr. Gary Fan to adjourn the meeting. Ms. Alice Mack, I don't know why members say that they don't know when the meeting will be adjourned. Every time I know the end time of our meetings. And then some members say that we should estimate the amount of time for discussion required for each item. If members support this idea, I would welcome that, and I think we should stick to the estimated time for each item. Now, all right, concerning the point made by the members, I asked the secretary to check, or the clerk to check the arrangements, but then I've received a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Wong Kwok-Hing, point of order. I'd like to ask a question. What is it about? You need to listen to me. What is it about? I want to know. For a meeting, I think we only deal with the motions after the discussion has been completed. Well, if there is a motion to adjourn the proceedings, then we have to deal with it immediately. Well, a member may move that the discussion be adjourned. Alice Mack, is it a point of order? Yes, if we are about points of order, then I want to ask this question. You haven't answered my question. Gary Fan said that in future, in the agenda, we need to set aside the time available for each item. Does it mean that once it is decided, then in the future you will say that there is a time limit for each item and we can't go beyond that? If that is the case, I agree with Gary Fan, and then we can't go beyond the time allocated. Your point is taken. It wasn't my proposal. I said that usually it will be indicated. I didn't say that there should be a time limit for each item. No. I don't think we should discuss further about the time limit for individual items. Wong Kwok Heng, is it about point of order? Otherwise, I have to deal with the motion to adjourn the proceedings. Yes, point of order. Albert Chen's motion to suspend the meeting. They are separate. Mr. Wong. Adjournment and stopping the discussion are different, and we have rules of procedure to deal with them. Mr. Chairman, well, it is a very simple logic. Wong Kwok Heng, just now, we vetoed a motion to adjourn the discussion of an item. In other words, we have to carry on with the discussion. At the beginning of the resumption of the discussion, Gary Chen moved a motion to adjourn the meeting. If the motion is vetoed, then we will carry on with our discussion of the paper concerning the Hong Kong boundary crossing facilities island of Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge. I don't think it will take much longer because many members have spoken and for many times. Is it really a point of order? You listen to me. Everybody will try to say there's point of order and then they start to say a lot. To be fair to the Secretariat, every time I know how long a meeting will run for. Gary Fan said that he didn't propose that, but if he didn't, then I will propose this. There is in future for each item on the agenda, there should be a time limit, so that at least people know that how much more time has been spent on a particular item. So if Gary said that he didn't propose it, let me make the proposal. In the future, for every item, we have to give a time limit for each item on the agenda. This is a proposal, but it is not going to be regarded as a formal motion. Now I have to deal with the motion from Gary Fan. It has to be put on the screen. Yes, we will have it projected onto the screen. Under paragraph 33 of the Public Works Subcommittee procedure, Mr. Gary Fan would like to adjourn the further proceedings of the subcommittee. Members may speak, but not more than once, and the speech will not be longer than the time period decided by the subcommittee. In the interest of time, I would suggest that each member should not speak for more than 3 minutes. For those members who would like to speak, please press the button or raise your hand to indicate your wish to speak. Mr. Gary Fan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If members disagree, of course, you can criticize, and you can also rebut me during your time limit. I welcome Ms. Alice Mack's amendment of what she has said, but she's not entitled to put words in my mouth. I have to move this motion without notice. This is because we have members not clear about the time available because they were not sure about the time that the meeting will take up, and they might not be able to take part in the ensuing discussion. And then we believe that there will be contradictions with the town planning procedure. and the paper itself is unclear in many points, and in fact the paper itself is self-contradictory. Really the scope of reclamation and how it is to be, for what purpose it will be used. I think it is said that at first the artificial island was reclaimed for the purpose of cross-boundary facilities. How come that there could be topside and underground development for commercial purposes, and then for bridgehead economy, I don't think there is a broad consensus. But of course, Mr. Chen Kam-lam from DAB has said that economic development has broad consensus after a long time discussion. I want to say that you have to make your judgment according to the prevailing circumstances. Currently, we are talking about tourism development in Hong Kong. We are trying to see whether it is crunch time to make adjustments. The SARG and the Central People's Government are also looking at the issue. So it is a fact. In the year 2009, there was the commencement of the individual visit scheme. And then in the year 2010, DAB said that we should increase expand the scope so that instead of just being confined to Guangdong, it should be extended to Fujian. In other words, there will be 27 million more visitors. I think before us, we have got over 10 items. This is quite unlike what FTU's Wong Kwok Heng or DAB's Leung Chi Chang have said, that we are blocking the items. Now, for the Hong Kong section of XRL, for the Northeast NT, Hong Shui Q, Yuen Long, and also other preliminary studies for Ping Che, Kam Sheung Road, Lien Tong, Heng Yuen Wai, boundary crossing, scaling down the closed area, expansion of Tung Chung New Town, Lantau development, and also the link with the Shenzhen airport in Po-Tin. I think your time is up, Mr. Fan. The next to speak, Mr. Fernando Zhang, 3 minutes. I speak in support of Gary Fan's motion. In the year 2010, on the 19th of May, the acting Secretary for Transport and Housing, Mr. Yao, in answer to Mr. Lau Kong-wah, Honourable Member of LegCo's question, he gave an answer on the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge, and let me quote from his answer. He said that the boundary crossing facility involves reclamation. As a result of environmental concerns and financial concerns, we should try to reduce the scope of reclamation as much as possible, and then we provide land to accommodate the boundary crossing facilities and the transport infrastructure facilities. The boundary crossing facility is near to the airport, and therefore we have to follow the building height restrictions of the airport, and it should be between 25 and 50 MDmph, and we shouldn't make it too bulky, and we shouldn't have a negative visual impact, and therefore we do not propose to introduce large-scale commercial development on the island. I think that's what the administration has said. Today, they come back, and I think there has been a total change. What has happened in the interim? I don't know. Who made the decision? I don't know. And for this very serious and important change, was there public consultation? No. And for this very important change, does it require an application to the Town Planning Board for land use changes? I don't think we have got an answer as to how the project is going to impact upon the artificial island for the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge, as to how much change will be necessitated, resulting in wastage of public resources and public money. I don't know. So there are still so many uncertainties. There are so many questions left unanswered. If today we hastily give an approval, and then in the future, it means that there may be an impact on the immigration clearance for the 3 places. And then, in fact, it has been said that this is like having an economic colony. Is it the sort of thing that we want for the people of Hong Kong? I think there hasn't been any public discussion, and yet you have come to the LegCo to try to get our approval. Mr. Chairman, if today we hastily and lightly give approval, it is being irresponsible on our part. Mr. Wu, I speak in opposition to the motion to adjourn the meeting. Now, for the funding request that we are faced with, it isn't about the substantive work. It is about a study. I think they want to know about the economic needs. They want to find out how we can more effectively make use of the precious land. As Mr. Fernando Zhang has said, and I agree, we have got many things that we are unsure about. We don't know what the further development will be like. But if we don't even carry out a study, how can we get information to say whether we should go ahead or not? So we have already reclaimed land. An artificial island has been formed for the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge. So I think we should allow the study to go ahead. As I have said many times, certain members are worried that this will bring about a lot of people and traffic. But just like the case of the Shenzhen Western Corridor, this may not actually materialize. Armed with the findings of the study, then there will be something measurable, something quantifiable, and then we can have a meaningful discussion. Otherwise, we are just making guesses, and we are not sure whether something may or may not happen. I don't think the LegCo should make decisions without information. Therefore, on this point, since the artificial island has been formed upon reclamation, so I believe that we need to allow the study to go ahead to find out whether we can meet the environmental concerns and whether we can try to have further economic development on the island. I think discussion is adequate, and I don't think we should adjourn the meeting, because that means that we'll be deferring the discussion. But at the same time, at the FC meeting, questions asked by members should be answered. There should be clear answers so that we are satisfied that the government isn't really trying to procrastinate. Ms. Chen Yun-hen. Our viewpoint is very similar to that of the Democratic Party today. Now, we have formed land by building the artificial island. Yes, indeed, in the beginning, they didn't have such detailed ideas. Now we have got land. Then we want to see if we can develop creative industries. We're talking about 130 hectares of land. I think we should enrich the planning. At the same time, I want to remind the government. Now, you are going to carry out the study. Now, if you have only got commercial development in mind, I would oppose. But if you say that other things are included, then it will be good. Now, 130 hectares of land. Rentals are very expensive, and we need land for production, creative industries, and cultural development. Everything needs land. So I agree that we should give them money to carry out the study. Let me remind the administration time and again, you have to reflect fully our concerns. As I have said, the Secretariat should put together the views expressed. The minutes should reflect our concerns so that in the future, when the administration comes back to get money for the works project, we can find out whether the government has taken on board our views. And in this way, we are adopting a civilized approach to monitor the government. Therefore, we cannot agree with Gary Fan. I don't think we should adjourn the meeting. I don't think it is meaningful. So we would vote against it, and I agree with what other members have said. This is meaningless because it is tantamount to a filibustering. Reasonable request for supplementary information isn't filibustering. If you allow yourselves to degenerate into a rubber stamp, then you allow yourself to degenerate. Well, the secretary told us that instead of commercial, it can be industrial in terms of the wording used in the scope of the study. Now that you agree that you need to amend one word, but I don't think amendment or revising one word can adequately deal with the problem. There's one other issue that you have to deal with, that is the process and mechanism of town planning, how that is to be addressed together with the questions that we have asked concerning this paper. Since this is not yet in place, then why should we be asked to endorse the paper today? I, of course, agree with what many members have said. We have to move with the times. We have to re-examine the issues. But it doesn't mean that we should forego the established and statutory procedures and mechanisms. In Hong Kong, when it comes to land uses, we work through the process of the town planning board, and we are governed by the town planning plans, the statutory plans. There isn't another alternative route. Myself and other members have had a lot of exchanges with the officials here. Even town planning officials have said that we can't rule out the need for town planning approval. In that case, why can't we and why shouldn't we wait for that paper as well? So reasonable request for supplementary information before making a decision to support or otherwise is indeed very reasonable, and I don't think it should be regarded as filibustering. Albert Chen, 3 minutes. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, a lot of the foregoing discussion against the item hasn't had the attendance of many members. Yes, it is said that it is a study, and we are supposed to allow a study to be carried out. But I have to point out that we are distorting the original land use. Now, bridgehead economy was advocated by DAB, and so DAB would agree with it. But in year 2009, in year 2010, when you approved funding for reclamation, you didn't make the same point. If you said that that was already decided back then you are fully justified to make the point. But it wasn't like that. At that time, you agreed that the funding wouldn't be for bridgehead economy. Now you are bending the rules, and the Democratic Party is also bending the rules. And I think we have to be sure that the town planning process will be the only process where the public can take part. So we have to re-examine the mechanism. I thank Mr. Y for promising to take this back to the town planning board. But then the scope of study, which is the subject matter of this funding exercise, goes against the original intention of the 2010-2009 papers, in particular paragraphs A to H. I don't think bridgehead economy was ever mentioned.
And I'm most grateful to DAB for being so honest. In a meeting that Leung Chun-ying was convinced into developing bridgehead economy by DAB, and Tung Chung will be totally mainlandized, or will be taken over by mainlanders. thanks to DAB. It is their intention. They like to turn Hong Kong into an economy of the mainland, to turn Hong Kong into another Xinjiang and another Xizhuang. But in Hong Kong, we don't want to be mainlandized. We are against excessive IVS. This is the consensus and attitude of Hong Kong people. And now you want to use 130 hectares of land to turn Hong Kong into something like the mainland, like Xizhuang and Xinjiang. So we have talked about this for a long time. We support Mr. Gary Fan's proposal to adjourn this meeting. I hope that DB can go more to Tung Chung, and they should ask people to sign up to support your intention to turn Tung Chung into another place like mainland. Any other speaker? Mr. Chen Kam Lam. Well, if it is a reasonable request for supplementary information, of course, this is perfectly in line with our rules of procedure, and we should support that. The question is, it is undesirable to filibuster on such this matter. And of course, Mr. Leung denied that this is filibustering. It doesn't matter. We are now going through this procedure to discuss it in PWSC, and the paper will go to FC sooner or later. If you think that there isn't sufficient information, you can require the administration to provide further information. If there isn't sufficient information, then the paper can still be voted down at the FC. We're used to that. But if at this stage you ask for so-called reasonable information in order to block the passage of this item, this is filibustering, which we won't support. Well, multi-entry visa arrangements have benefited our tourism, retail, and related industries. And therefore, all along, DAB has made many proposals that have been accepted by the administration and the central government to benefit Hong Kong. In 2003, with the SARS outbreak, if not for super, if not for IVS, Hong Kong's economy would not have developed so well as it is today. And therefore, we should try to think of ways to promote economic development, not to resort to all means to block further economic development. We are closely tied to the mainland in terms of economic development. Please don't then think that we can be an island. Please don't think that by cutting ties with the mainland we can survive. The so-called turning Hong Kong into a place like mainland or to Xinjiang and Xizhuang, it is advocating independence for Hong Kong and is not supportable. I oppose the adjournment of this meeting because we have many agenda items that we have to deal with. Now, if we vote down this motion quickly, then we can have time to deal with the remaining items. All right. Does any other member wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll put this item to the vote. This meeting decides to adjourn at once. Those who are for, hands up, please. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. According to our rules of procedure, there must be a seconder. Well, I have checked with the Secretariat. This is not required. No seconder is required in this motion. Members, we are voting on this motion that this Council do adjourn at once. Voting begins. Before I declare the result, please verify and please check your votes. All right, voting is closed. Display the result. 24 present, 6 for, 17 against, no abstention. I declare the motion negatived. All right, we'll continue with the discussion of this item. Mr. Michael Tian, speaking for No, this is not a point of order. I know you're speaking for the second time. 3 minutes. It's my turn? Very good. Chairman, I don't know what has happened to Hong Kong. We have a group of legislators in this council who who raise a number of questions, and I think actually they don't want Hong Kong to develop. Now, if we're talking about motion that has suddenly pop up, I understand. For instance, to what extent should we further develop? Are we able to receive? Do we have the capacity to receive that many tourists? Do we have a structural deficit in the future? Well, there is no turning back. The bridge will be completed in less than 2 years' time, and we're going to spend $60 million on a study. This is so late already, and I think everyone will think that Hong Kong is a joke. With the completion of the bridge, the consultancy study can only be completed to decide how we are going to receive these visitors from across the boundary. Isn't it a joke, Chairman? Won't you agree with me? And yet here we have people in this council blocking the passage of this paper. I don't know why. First, is it because we don't want IVS visitors to come? There is a lot of panic out there. Business has dropped this month to one rise in unemployment rate. We have many workers who have got little education. They are frontline workers in the service industry. With a few visitors, they will suffer first. And in core business areas, many shops have closed down because rent has gone up so much that it's no longer affordable. We don't have any space for local brand names. Well, at last, we have this good opportunity for a shopping mall to house the luxury shops selling watches, jewelry, so that we can make available space in town for small shops to survive, for local people to shop. And now they say no to it again. So I cannot keep silence anymore. Why? The bridge will be completed very soon, and still you want to stall. I don't think we can vote on this today. It will be the next meeting. What is the point? What is the intention? We're doing many pointless things here. All right, just an expression of views. No response really needed. Mr. Albert Chan speaking for the 11th time. 1 minute. Unfortunately, Mr. Michael Tan was not here in the first 2 hours of this meeting, and there's no understanding of our town planning procedure, so perhaps he is never involved. Mr. Y has promised that the whole scheme and this distorted project of boosting the area from 5,000 square meters to 500,000 meters. And finally, he has promised to seek town planning board approval following the town planning procedures. Unfortunately, Mr. Michael Tan did not follow through this discussion. No matter what you do, the pro-establishment will certainly win. But you have certainly gone against procedural justice because you have enough votes. You can have all the say. This is the mentality of Michael Tan. Or the business sectors, all the same. You don't have to pay in regard to our environment, the wish of the public consultation, so on and so forth. Dr. Fernando Zhe. According to government officials, the commercial facilities will take up 300,000 square meters, or around 3 million square feet. Now, the daily throughput is just 70 million passengers. I'd like to know whether you're able to support such a throughput, because according to people in the know, this is equivalent to about 3 to 4 IFC shopping mall. I don't know what is the daily throughput of IFC shopping mall. Do you know that? Do you know how many visitors or shoppers is required for 300,000 square meter shopping facility? Now we talk about the figures in 2016. As I said, at the design stage of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge, it was a rather conservative projection, and I think the number of users would grow. Can you tell us the projected growth? It will be covered in this study. Mr. Gary Fan, I think you are speaking for the 8th time. Okay, 1 minute. I'm going to ask a similar question. All right. The PS mentioned enclosure 3, and the expected throughput will be 50 to 60,000. Now, if it is a fair study, we will have parameters to decide. It's just like the scope of the planning, engineering, and architectural study. It talks about parameters. I'd like to know what is the expected number of visitors per day to this artificial island before the facilities can be viable. I'd like to know whether the government has got such information with you. I think this is part of the scope of the study. Exactly. After we have secured funding, we will include this. So you are bound to carry out the project after the study. You don't have any bottom line to decide whether the project is feasible or viable. So the study is meant to give the green light for future development. So it's a one-way thing. Well, it is just a study. After it is completed, there should be many procedures to go through before the project can go ahead, and there should be an EIA as well. Ms. Albert Chan speaking for the 12th time. 1 minute. All right. All right. The money will be for the study, but then tens of billions of dollars were passed for construction. I'd like to know whether this study is going to affect the construction and progress of the pre-approved projects. For uncompleted facilities, you have to add new facilities. For instance, you've already got the building, and if you have to develop underground space, will the building be affected? Because I don't want this study to cause the approved construction cost to escalate. Our principle is not to affect existing works, but we can only say after the project is completed. This is our principle. How can you try not to affect the original works as far as possible? Because the plans for the car park is already approved. Well, the works have not started yet because we have not got the funding approval. Ms. N. Jiang speaking for the 3rd time, 3 minutes. Chairman, through the Secretariat, you booked members from 9 to 12:45. That is 225 minutes in total. We're supposed to complete 8 papers within 225 minutes. But so far, we've already spent 180 minutes. But we are still on paper 1.
So, Chairman, you asked us to come to deal with 8 papers, but we haven't completed the scrutiny or the discussion of even 1 paper, so that there is room for improvement concerning your efficiency in chairing meetings. I don't think I need to give a reply to this question. This meeting belongs to all members. If members need to ask our officials questions, I can't stop them from asking questions. I have emphasized time and again that meetings need to be conducted in a fair and orderly manner. Mr. Fernando Zhang, 1 minute. This is the 10th round. Chairman, this is obviously a new concept. And my assessment is that this is not within the initial planning. We're talking about a very big shopping mall. And I think there is a need to go back to the town planning board. I understand that the town planning board will receive objections, representations, and the town planning board may not approve the project. So what's going to happen if the town planning board refuses to give approval? Permanent Secretary, Chairman, in carrying out planning for a sizable site, we need to carry out a planning and engineering study. We have to carry out a study first before we do the planning. We have to have the results and the scientific evidence, and then we do the planning. It can't be the other way around. 2 minutes, Mr. Michael Tian, the third round. Chairman, I really don't understand. It's really a chicken and egg situation. Which should come first? The government says that it will have to go to the town planning board. There will be a consultancy study first. And then the Honorable Mr. Albert Chan said that I knew nothing about town planning procedures. He said that the matter had to go to the town planning board first, and then the matter would come before us. If you go to the town planning board, you have to tell the town planning board what you want to do. So there must be some advance work. If you do not do the advance work, if you do not provide the town planning board with adequate information, the town planning board will not give approval. But of course, Mr. Albert Chan is a more experienced electrical member than I am. And so can I ask the administration, which should come first? Now for the XRL, for example, did you come to LegCo for $60 billion without providing LegCo with any information? Permanent Secretary. Now we have to ascertain engineering feasibility before we can carry out planning. So we have to carry out the various studies first, the EIA, and then we come up with the recommendations. Now Mr. Albert Chan is a very experienced electrical member, and I believe he should know the procedures very well. But then he said that the matter should go to the town planning board first. Now the administration has explained the procedure to members, and I don't think members need to speak on behalf of other members. Mr. Albert Chan, now I think Mr. Michael Tian is just pretending that he doesn't know, or he is trying to make use of the administration to smear me. Now look at the development of Tongchong. I think Mr. Michael Tian knows how railways are constructed because he used to be the chairman of the KCRC. Now when the Sha-Tin Central Link was proposed, and some planning decisions were made, or some reclamation areas were designated, and some OEZPs were drawn up. And before the detailed studies were completed, planning decisions had already been made by the Town Planning Board. Now for Tung Chung, the planning decisions or the planning decision was made a long time ago. The planning decision or the land use zoning is Mr. Michael Tian, other users. And during the past 2 hours, explanations were given. But you didn't listen to the discussion, and now the government is trying to distort the procedures. Now, this is the first time that the administration promises to go to Town Planning Board again. So we have already successfully made the administration give this undertaking. Mr. Michael Tian, 1 minute. I think I only need 30 seconds. As Mr. Chen talked about railways, I really have to respond. At that time, within the corporation, we had a lot of resources. Yes, there was a lot of advanced work to do, but we had internal resources to do such work. We did not go to Town Planning Board not armed with sufficient information and research outcome. But is it that the government doesn't have money and as a result it has to come to LegCo for the funding to carry out the research and the advanced work? All right. We shouldn't have exchanges between members or among members. If you have questions for the officials, put them to the officials and the officials will answer them. Mr. Fernando Zhang. Mr. Hon said that the study would include projections on future flow of people. We are talking about a shopping mall much bigger than IFC2. And I think we need to have the support of at least 200,000 people. So I want to know the traffic flow that this artificial island can cope with. Is it that there will be people who will come on the driving scheme? Is it that some will come on coaches? How many will drive to Hong Kong and how many will come and return to the mainland on the same day? I believe all these will be covered in the study, right? In the study again? Yes, there will be detailed analysis in the study. So you don't have any information at the moment. We haven't come to that stage yet. Mr. Gary Fan, the 9th time. 1 minute. Yes. The director mentioned the Incheon Airport in South Korea. Is that an example of the bridgehead economy? And apart from the Incheon Airport, do you have other examples for us to consider, say in Europe, in North America? Yes, Mr. Hon. Chairman. In fact, these are airports, not bridgehead economies as such. But then you mentioned the bridgehead economy. For example, the airport at Amsterdam. This is also an example we can make reference to, and this the scale is similar. Yes, the passenger capacity is about 50 million, and last year for our airport we handled about 60 million. What about North America? Are there examples in North America? If you need more information, we can do some research for members. Mr. Fernando Zhang. I want to say that there will be a lot of noise on this island. So is it that the major part of this shopping mall will go underground? Not necessarily, Chairman. In fact, we are now looking at topside development. But then there will be some height restrictions. So how many floors are we talking about? We have in mind 30 to 50 MPD. And above the breakwater, we're talking about 6 meters above breakwater. So how many stories are you proposing? I believe a few stories, 7 to 8 at most. So we have two motions proposed without advance notice. Mr. Gary Fan, Para 6 says that the bridgehead economy includes hotel facilities. The director cited 2 examples, Incheon in South Korea and also the Amsterdam airport. Now, is it that because of the huge amount of noise generated on the runway, hotels are constructed, or are there users not preferred because of the noise? Near both airports, there are hotels. How far are they from the airport? I don't really have the exact measurements. I don't think they should be too far away from the central part of the airport. Mr. Fernando Jia, 1 minute, the 15 franc. In March 2008, there was a brief from the Highways Department. It is said that because of the impact on water currents, the fisheries industry will be affected, including the spawning ground. So I would like to know the impact on the fisheries industry. For example, the spawning ground or the fishing grounds in northern Lantau. What will be the impact? Concerning the impact on the fisheries industry upon the completion of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge, I don't think that's related to this present item. But then we are talking about the impact of reclamation of the artificial island on the fisheries industry. I'm not talking about the bridge. I'm talking about the boundary crossing or the boundary control point. For the boundary control point, an EIA has already been carried out. There will not be additional reclamation. But then concerning, there will be an EIA on the activities proposed. Mr. Gary Fan, I understand that the government is going to assess the financial viability of the project. I want to know whether this financial viability study will also take into account possible adjustments to the individual traveler scheme, how many visitors we can cope. So just want to know whether we're going to have 70 million by 2017 and 100 million a decade later, as mentioned by Mr. So. Now, in the first 6 to 8 months, we'll carry out the financial viability study. And in the study, we'll take into account all available information, including information on the number of tourists. So you will have such figures. We'll take into consideration all the figures and information available at the time of the study. Mr. Fernando Jia, the 16 franc. I don't quite understand what Mr. Horn is trying to say. Now, concerning this major shopping or commercial facility, Mr. Horn said that it might not necessarily be underground. I understand that 70 to 80% of the artificial island will be for traffic and transport and for boundary control. And so there won't be too much space left for other activities. And we're talking about 3 million square feet. And how come such a big shopping mall doesn't need to go underground? Now, the director didn't say the shopping mall would not go underground. He merely said it might not have to go underground. So can I know why? Is it that the information that I've got is wrong? We will study topside development. And because if the mall is to go underground, there will be cost implications. I think 7 million square feet represents only a small part of a total of 130 hectares. Mr. Gary Fan, the director said he would not consider the possibility of going underground. I would not rule out the possibility. So there are in fact only two options: topside development and underground development. You said you would not consider underground development. Is that right? I did not say I would not consider underground development. I merely said that when I considered going underground, I had to bear in mind and consider the cost implications. Mr. Fernando Zhang, 17 francs, 1 minute. Chairman, I want to know whether the study will include a connection of the railway to the artificial island. 3 million square feet of shopping facilities. And we need a total of 200,000 visitors per day to support or to make this shopping more viable. And I think it's unimaginable that there will only be road-borne transport. So I just want to know whether there will be railway connection to the artificial island. Director, concerning transport connections will not rule out any possibility. A railway connection is one of the options, but we do not have the data to support any particular option. The 13 francs, Mr. Gary Fan, 1 minute. Yes, I also want to ask about traffic and transport. Some people say that this shopping mall will serve a streaming function, but some are of the view that this shopping mall is just going to be another shopping mall for visitors. And of course, if there are sound road network or railway network connections, then there will not be a problem. Otherwise, the residents may be affected, and that's my worry. So, will there be direct connections from the urban area to the artificial island, or will the artificial island be connected to Chong Chong instead? Director, as I've said just now, we do not have the detailed traffic and transport arrangements yet. So streaming is not one of your considerations. We take into account a host of factors, but the study will include traffic and transport. 18 francs, Fernando Zhang, 1 minute. I'm concerned about the support facilities. Now, the boundary crossing point is being constructed. And some have said that you've reserved parking spaces for vehicles of mainland license plates. So, I want to say that the projections on a number of visitors will affect this project before us. And with this shopping facility, is there a possibility that the the immigration building will have to be expanded. We'll have to consider all these arrangements in the study, including traffic and transport. So we've received 2 motions from Mr. Albert Chan, and they've been submitted without advance notice. So after members have asked questions, I'll deal with these 2 motions.
Mr. Gary Fan, can we deal with it now? We have to ask questions first before we deal with the motion without notice. Can I take a look of it first? Yes, it can be projected onto the screen. There are 2 of them. Does any other member wish to ask questions? If not, what about the second one? Yes, it can be shown on the screen as well, the second one. Fernando Zheng, the 19th time. Just now Mr. Horn talked about the 3 governments still negotiating about the traffic arrangements. It is unbelievable. In year 2016, the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge will be commissioned, and yet as of today, the 3 governments are still talking about the transport arrangements. It's unbelievable. So what is going to happen for the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge? It seems that you haven't made a decision yet. I think the director has given an answer many times. I want to know whether he's trying to deceive the committee. If you haven't had a decision today, then does it mean that you don't know how the building is going to be built? I think you asked the question a number of times and you still get the same answer. No, I haven't asked a question about the transport link among the 3 places. The 3 governments in relation to the transport arrangements, there is a discussion. Does another member wish to speak? So please ask him to explain how the 3 governments will carry out their respective clearance. I don't think this is a question for the director of CEDD. This is of course to be covered. I think the study will cover a number of elements, like the operation of the boundary crossing facility. And members also talked about the transport support measures. You don't need to answer on their behalf. No, I'm not. But you have been repeating your question. So I try to summarize their answer. Before we make a decision, we have to get the information. They can't just hide all the facts behind the statement that they can only tell after a report has been prepared with the study. You have overrun the time. The director, do you want to give a simple answer? We made the point many times. The 3 governments are trying to discuss about the cross-boundary traffic. The THB takes part in the work. They will come back later. Gary Fan, 14th time. I think Fernando Zheng asked a very important question. And in fact, you may want to go to paragraph 7, and that talks about the immigration and quarantine, etc. It is said that it may involve reprovisioning of the affected facilities on a temporary or permanent basis. What is it about? Director. Mr. Chairman, during the construction phase, we'll try to have it done over a number of phases. There may be holding areas or curbside areas, and then for green features, we'll try to make adjustments so as to reduce the impact on each other. Fernando Zheng, you still have a question? The 20th time, 1 minute. For the piece asked for, you cover a number of things. Planning study, engineering study, and EIA study. I want to know whether it will be given to one single consultant or they will be carried out by different consultants. Director, Chairman, we would like to get one consultant to oversee all the elements in different areas, planning, architectural, engineering, etc. I think even the member representing the engineers has said that this will pose monitoring problems. It's better to have different consultants so that they can think in terms of different angles. Director, you may answer, but I didn't raise this point. It was raised by Tony Chair. Yes, Tony Chair. Director has in fact answered the question, but I think he can give a brief reply. Mr. Chairman, this is quite a complicated study. We require the input from different professional disciplines. Therefore, if it is to be covered by one single consultant, I think it will be most effective. All right, if there aren't other questions, then we have to deal with the motion without notice. Gary Fan, the 50th time, 1 minute. I'm a new member. I'm sorry, I still have a lot to learn. I'm still confused. Individual political parties referred to bridgehead economy. The administration also talks about bridgehead economy. What is the concept about? Has it been applied to Hong Kong? I think for bridgehead economy, it means that at the boundary crossing, we have economic activities, we have a shopping mall. Does it mean that that's all about bridgehead economy? So is it just the same as tourism economy? I think it should have been asked at the panel meeting. I did attend the panel meeting. I think we talk about commercial development, shopping, entertainment, and dining. It will not be confined to the three. In the first 8 months, we will look at the positioning and then we'll look at the financial impact. How is it different from tourism? Is it simply because it's more it's closer to the boundary? I think it has a locational advantage, and there are a lot of infrastructural projects being planned or being completed. So we believe that there is an opportunity for commercial development. Fernando Cheung, the 21st time, 1 minute. Mr. Chairman, we are asked to give $60 million for the consultants' fees as well as the advance works. I want to know I know that we are talking about millions of square feet of commercial centers. I want to get a ballpark figure about the construction cost. I think it's premature. We haven't even got money to carry out the study. So there's no way that we can have an idea about the construction costs. I'm sure you have some broad ideas. You are getting $60 million for the advanced works as well as the planning study. So I'm sure you have got some idea in your mind. You don't need to be very accurate, but at least give us a rough idea. How many billions of dollars? We haven't got the figure. Gary Fan, the 16th time. I'm concerned about the topside development. Shopping mall, hotel, above ground, and underground will not be ruled out. I think there must be some priorities. According to your logic, you will deal with the superstructure first. It is only when the topside development is not adequate then you will consider the underground space. So please tell us, when would you start to make use of the underground space? What are the criteria? I don't think there must necessarily be some priorities. I did say that there is underground potential. But you did say that it's more expensive to develop underground. So in terms of cost effectiveness, there will be priorities. Yes, we have to look at the overall cost effectiveness, and we'll need to look at the financial feasibility. You mean the construction costs or the economic benefits to be produced? When we talk about cost effectiveness, it means the construction costs as well as the economic benefits. All right, it is 12:30. I declare that we extend our meeting by 15 minutes. That is until 1 o'clock. Fernando Zhang, 1 minute. Paragraph 6 of the paper. It is said that the project, together with the Hong Kong International Airport, the Asia World Expo, North Commercial District on Airport Island, Hong Kong Airport's third runway project, will form a synergy effect. So my question is, synergy effect. Do you have an idea about the additional economic benefits arising from the synergy? Director, I don't think it is opportune time to look at the quantifiable benefits, but I think it is obvious that there will be a great synergy effect. But it must be formed on some basis. The synergy can be a positive or negative. You provide additional land, you provide additional resource facilities, but then it may become a competition, and then the transactions and number of visitors to other facilities may be reduced as a result. So you must have a rough idea. You must have some preliminary ideas. Briefly, the time has been exceeded. It is a vision. We believe that there will be synergy. Gary Fan, just now we talked about bridgehead economy, creative industry, etc. In paragraph 3A, I think in paragraph A of enclosure 3, it talks about the demand from the local and overseas markets, including the Western Pearl River Delta region. Can you elaborate on this? Any industry? I don't think so. Currently, we believe that there is potential for commercial, and that's why it will be tourism. Commercial is different from tourism. Other than tourism, what else? What sort of demands from the Western Pearl River Delta? I think with the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge, it means that we are within a 3-hour radius of the Western Pearl River Delta. In other words, there will be a lot of advantages, including the volume of cargo and number of visitors, right? Fernando Zhang, paragraph 8 says that the study will recommend an overall concept for the proposed development and appropriate development parameters. Please explain what is meant by an overall concept and what is meant by appropriate development parameters. Director, Ms. Zhang will answer the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our view is that on Lantau Island, on the North Shore, we believe that there is a lot of development potential. Since we've got Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge, can you be clearer or speak closer to the mic? I can't hear you very well. On the northern shore of Lantau, there is huge potential for development. We have got new infrastructural projects like the Two Moon Chat Up Link as well as the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge. So with such opportunities, it means that there will be potential for development, and we believe that we can further develop land already formed as well as new land to be formed. So that's our overall concept. In terms of the development parameters, repeatedly we have said that with the commissioning of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge, more vehicles, more people will be brought to this place. So we will ask our consultant to examine the following. We have already got some figures, and together with the new proposal, we want to know whether there will be further information for us so as to enable us to further examine the scope of development and the potential. Gary Fan. Again, for the director, I try to ask specific questions about the details, but then the director would only talk about general things and overall concepts. I talked about enclosure 3, the market demand from the Western Pearl River Delta region. But please take a look at paragraph 14. Whether the study would provide an analysis on the future economic development trend in Western PRD and the volume of passenger flow. So I think it should be about passenger flow. Now you will be analyzing the volume of passenger flow. So it means that bridgehead economy is mainly about tourism. So how come that the director said that there will be an overall examination? Passenger flow, of course, will be looked into. And then for enclosure 3, the market demand assessment is about commercial development, so it will embrace more. Fernando Zheng, development parameters. I want to know whether they will include passenger flow, logistics, as well as traffic flow. Question for planning department. Could answer? Yes, such figures will be included. Well, I'm really confused again. On the one hand, the CDD has said that it hasn't got any figures, and so they need the study. Now, I asked for the assumed number of passengers, but then the paper has given a figure of 55 to 69,000 passengers. We don't know whether the facility will get sufficient passengers. And yet the PD is saying that they've already got some development parameters. But then for the project to be carried out, consultants will be paid to revisit the development parameters. No one is queuing up, so Chair, please allow me more time. It doesn't matter. Please give me more time. Yes, please be brief, because you have already exceeded your time limit. I just hope that the administration won't try to dodge the issue. I think the government is even trying to hide the facts from us. I want to know what figures you have got. Now you say that you haven't got any, and you have to wait for the outcome of the study. It seems that you know nothing about the arrangements, not to mention traffic or passenger flow. Now, in your own paper, you have said that the consultant will be asked to check what appropriate development parameters should be drawn up. But in fact, you have already got a set of parameters, just that you want to change it. I try to ask for the existing parameters. Then why don't you give an answer? Give us the information, and yet you won't. For officials who are in attendance today, yes, I understand that you want to get our approval, but you need to appreciate that we are here to play the role of a gatekeeper. You have overrun your time a lot. You have made your point. Well, in this case, I want the PD, that is the Assistant Director, to give us the following information. At the boundary crossing facility on the airport island, on the artificial island, please give us your existing parameters.
Now, if I may refer to paragraph 5 of the paper, the expected daily patronage of vehicles is 9,200 to 14,000, and passengers from 55,000 to around 69,000. So these are basic parameters for our consideration. The future development may have an impact on the daily patronage of vehicles and passengers. The consultancy will have to give us predicted changes in daily patronage of vehicles and passengers. The consultant is expected to conduct an assessment and make corresponding recommendations, including variation in the number of parking spaces and road networks. There should be supporting facilities recommended. Mr. Gary Fan. All right, I'd like to ask about public consultation because we are concerned and some of us criticize the government for not having done enough public consultation, and the community tends to feel differently from the government. And it says here that Islands District Council were consulted. Now, I'd like to know whether it is the full council or committees or ad hoc working groups of the Island District Council working on tourism and so forth, and whether a voting was done to get their indication. On the 24th of February, we consulted the Island District Full Council. A paper was submitted to district councillors prior to the meeting and for discussion at the meeting. Was the item put to the vote? There was no actual voting, but it was a summary or sum up by the chairman. So that's the interpretation of the chairman, because paragraph 14, you said that the development panel in general supported this. But in fact, the discussion on the 25th of March was rather controversial. Well, we've got minutes for that, but according to this paragraph, members generally supported the study. Dr. Van Arujan, the 25th time, 1 minute. Para 9C. $3 million reserved for expenses for community engagement exercise and other miscellaneous items. I'd like to know what community engagement exercise and other miscellaneous items are you talking about? Community engagement exercise would mean meetings with members of the public and exhibitions and expenses for hardware. We're going to prepare display boards, models, and publicity materials. So what do you mean by engagement? Will you exhibit the future design in the community or what? We will display the major outcome of the study and gauge the public's view. We need public engagement, so there will be expenses. Where will these carry out? Where will this be carried out? You may not be able to give us the specific dates. No, of course, I'm talking about the rough plan. In the planning process, we may have a few options for the public to choose from. And we hope to have response from the public and also seek their preference for a particular option. So there will be public engagement. Mr. Gary Fan, I'm still on para 13. I understand you've just consulted the Islands District Council. You have not used the district office to consult the community. All right, $3 million will be reserved here for community engagement exercise. Will you follow what was done by Zhang Quan-o when it comes to further development of Zhang Quan-o on reclamation? There was a massive community engagement exercise. There were 3 meetings and a questionnaire were sent to residents to ask for their response. So what form will the community engagement exercise take if we give you the $60 million? P.S. We are still working out the detailed public engagement exercise. There will certainly be public engagement. Of course, Public involvement is just a term. I'd like to know the form you're going to take. I'm afraid you would just consult the district council. No, not just confined to the district council. For instance, at what levels? For instance, public consultation, exhibition, seminars, or talks, information, leaflets sent to residents' homes. That was done by the government in the past. Can you do this this time? This is a big issue. Now we can consider. Dr. Fernando Zhang, the 26th time. Well, I have the idea that the artificial island would be developed into a logistics park, and we thought that the artificial island would play an important role in logistics. So a big shopping mall is planned on this island. How much land it is going to take up? We understand it is going to be around 300,000 or 3 million square feet. What will be the impact on the logistics arrangement, and how come the original concept of having a logistics park here is gone? I don't think there is ever any plan to develop a logistics park here. Of course, some members asked whether that could be considered. Well, as I said, we could consider industrial development here. Dr. Zhang, will there be any conflict between this conceptual design and that of having a logistics park? Because both are looking for land. If we ensure that sufficient land is for logistics park, then this shopping mall will not be as big as it is. So will you consider that in your study? P.S. It is already a known fact that we don't have enough land in Hong Kong. And what is the best location for certain facilities? Well, we have plans to increase land supply in Hong Kong. My question is, other than commercial facility, will you consider the need of the logistics industry here? This question was asked and also answered. The administration will consider other possible activities, including logistics. Mr. Chen, I think the study on developing logistics industry in Lantau has been going on for a few decades, and I think the area under consideration is Yam-O. Now, if there are no other questions, I will deal with Mr. Albert Chen's motion. I've considered the motion, and I believe it is directly relevant to the item in question. All right, we'll have to put this item to the vote. That this committee agrees to. All right, I'll read it out first. This item agrees to deal with Ms. Albert Chen's motion raised in accordance with para 32A of the standing orders of the PWSC. And members may not speak on this. All right, this is motion number 001 as rejected onto the screen. Although Ms. Albert Chen has this column seconder, but according to the secretary, no seconder is required. All right, Ms. Albert Chen, you may read out your motion. The division bell will ring for 5 minutes. Well, all through the morning we've been discussing this important issue. And that is whether the development of bridgehead economy should be our direction. Now, my motion is prior to the implementation of this study, the residents of Tung Chung should be consulted first. This is the spirit of my motion. While some political parties claimed that they have asked for this for a long time, but there has been never any clear discussion of this item yet. Any lobbying behind the scene may involve interests. Well, you know, because of a recent court case, well, you just have to read out the motion. Well, because there is time, I might as well say a few words more so as not to waste members' time. Well, if you have read headlines of newspapers, you know that there is many trading of interest behind the scene. I do trust civil servants. Once again, I want to thank Mr. Y for dealing with town plan procedures very fairly. However, the time gap and also the procedures have been distorted. I understand that many civil servants are working very hard. I want to say thank you to the civil servants present. Well, although you have time, although there is time, but I've been flexible. Yes, I have to thank them for their hard work. Speakers off mic. Ms. Emily Lau, we're voting on whether we should deal with this motion without notice. This motion is whether we agree to deal with Mr. Albert Chan's motion moved under Rule 32A of our standing orders. Voting begins. Before I declare the results, please check your votes. Okay, voting is closed. I display the result. Members present 19, 7 for 11 against, no abstention. I declare the motion negatived. Now we have motion number 002, also moved by Mr. Albert Chan. I will now put this item to the vote. This subcommittee agrees to deal with this motion moved by Mr. Albert Chan without notice. The division bell will ring for 5 minutes. Mr. Bichan, you may read out your motion. This is my worry. As we know, air pollution is quite serious, and Tongchong is among the worst in Hong Kong. So I want to ensure that the development of bridgehead economy would not aggregate air pollution in Tongchong, because hundreds of thousands of visitors per day is going to further pollute our air. Please do not poison residents of Tongchong for the sake of bridgehead economy. Right, after we've dealt with this motion without notice, we have to put this item to the vote. Today we will end at 1 p.m. We've already extended the meeting from 12:45 to 1. Do we agree that we extend the meeting by another 10 minutes so that we can deal with this item? Any objection? I have a motion without notice. I oppose, Chairman. All right, we will end at 1 p.m. then. Mr. Cotham, a point of order. Please clarify. Is it that next time when we resume again, we will put this item to the vote at once? Yes, for the time being. Because I've only got two motions without notice. We already voted on one. We're going to vote on the second. So the next stage should be voting on the government's paper. So my question is, are we going to vote directly as soon as we meet again next time? According to the procedure, is yes. But Mr. Bichan is correct in saying that barring further motions without notice. I have just received these two motions, and I've ruled that they are relevant. And according to our procedures, we don't have to discuss these two motions again before we vote. However, if there are more motions without notice, I have to deal with them. But of course, I will examine these motions first, should there be any. After 5 meetings on the incinerator and landfill, I'm sure you know the procedures well.
All
right, we have to vote on the following. Do we agree to deal with Ms. Albert Chan's motion without notice as projected onto the screen? Voting begins. Before I declare the result, please check your votes. All right, voting is closed. Display the result. Members present, 15 for, 10 against, no abstention. I declare the motion actived. Right, the meeting is adjourned here, and we will meet again at 8:30 on the 18th of June.